For those watching, please understand that councillors will be accessing their meeting agenda documents on their laptops and sometimes making notes on them. Councillors are doing their best to being informed on the decisions that they are making. Finally, at this opportune time after the event in the United States, I would like to express my views on democracy, in which I think Australia leads the world. We have the right in Australia to respectfully disagree. That disagreement should not be one where violence and personal attack on the person being disagreed with is acceptable in any form. We are better together in democratic decisions, even when we disagree. Now, commence the agenda. We'll start with the opening prayer. I'd ask Councillor Ferguson to do that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dear Lord, help us in our deliberations today so that our decisions will be for the greater good for the whole of Kempsey Shire. Amen.
Amen. Our acknowledgement of country, item 2. Councillor Wyatt, please.
Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Dunghutti Nation. We pay respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge the role of emerging leaders to continue to guide us in the future. We acknowledge the stolen generations and the need to change practices to be inclusive. We're making decisions here on land that always was and always will be Dunghutti land. Maramboo.
Maramboo. Councillor Wyatt. Acknowledgement of servicemen, women and families. Councillor Bain.
Maramboo, Mr. Mayor. Council acknowledges servicemen, servicewomen and their families. From the frontier wars, South Africa, Gallipoli and Kokoda, from Long Tan to Uruzgan and all other conflicts and humanitarian deployments, we thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. We have all councillors in attendance. Confirmation of minutes is item 5. The recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council dated 18th of June 2024 be confirmed. Do I have a mover? Councillor Saul. Seconder, Councillor Ring. Any debate? Any debate? No debate. No dissent. There's no dissent. I declare it carried. We now come to item 6. Do any councillors or staff members have a disclosure of interest? They're being done. We'll move on to item 7. Items passed by exception. There are nil recommended. The next item is item 8. There is a the Mayoral minutes. There's a confidential Mayoral minute included in item 12.2 on the agenda. There's also a supplementary confidential Mayoral minute on the agenda at 12.2a. I am moving a Mayoral minute now on, and I've shared it with all councillors and staff. It's a Mayoral minute on the acquittal of major projects with appropriate signage and plaques. The recommendation is there and it has 7 points and it's now on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Council is to form an ongoing committee to recognise the completion of major projects with Kempsey Shire by 1. Standing up an ongoing committee with the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and an elected councillor. 2. Having the committee meet as required to determine installing appropriate recognition, completed there twice, my apology, completed major infrastructure projects. That much for my proofreading, I apologise. Number 3, consulting with the General Manager on each decision. 4, presenting a report on the determination of the committee to Council. 5, monitoring and ensuring there is appropriate wording on each sign, plaque as determined by the committee, including input from the General Manager, addressing the following: opening date, project funding amounts and sources, names of state and or federal members in attendance at the opening, names of elected mayor and all councillors at the opening date, and E, the committee may add extra appropriate wording, photographs or QR codes. 6, funding the determined recognition of projects using the appropriate contingencies for projects or other possible sources. And 7, maintaining a register of installed signs, plaques with date, location and text. I so move. In my background, I have pointed out that we have a number of major projects that have no recognition whatsoever. I point out that the High Performance Centre at Southwest Rocks at a cost of nearly $6 million. There's no date on it. Councillor Linda Pavey, the local member at the time, and I opened it in February last year. There's no recognition anywhere on that building that it was funded by Kempsey Council, the state government, and the Southwest Rocks Country Club. I think that's appropriate. We have recognition of major projects. And we have a couple of projects that haven't been recognised at all, including pressure sewage system at South Kempsey. And it was a major innovation to have that funding to make sure that that industrial area can operate efficiently by having a proper sewage system there for the people in that area. The Clyde Street Mall upgrade was made into one way. You might remember that, Councillor Saul. No recognition there, and the previous plaque recognised the opening of that was lost. So a number of these plaques I've asked the General Manager, could he find them, and he hasn't been able to. The one that's on the back showing Mayor Liz Campbell opening the Smith Street upgrade, and it wasn't just pavers, by the way, it was all that infrastructure, street furniture, street lighting, realignments, all those things were part of that upgrade. There's no recognition there anymore because that plaque that's shown in the photographs can't be found. It should have been installed, and for some reason, way back in 2016, that was not done. So the committee could be able to do that, put them back and make sure that that recognition is there. We also have the major one just last month. At the country mayor's meeting, we had the regional minister for roads, Jenny Atchison, open the Loftus Road Bridge, and councillors were in attendance, and it was a symbolic opening of all 56 bridges that council installed over the last 4 years. It was a $24 million project. There's no recognition of that event anywhere. My proposal is that when these things happen, the mayor, the deputy mayor and an elected councillor make decisions on where these plaques should go and what should be on them. And of course, consulting with the general manager, that plaque will then be determined. And when the money is found, it will be put in place. Preferably, those plaques should be unveiled when the event happens. We're coming up to the opening of the pump track and road safety area at the South Kempsey Park. We're hoping to have a minister there. There might be a plaque. The irony is sometimes when we get these grants, a requirement of the acquittal is that there be a plaque. And early this year, I was at East Kempsey opening the new children's park there, and it had a plaque already based on the amount of money that was spent by the state government. And so I'm suggesting that we do that and determinedly do so. As I said in my background on this Mayoral Minute, we have a lot of information from other councils. One in particular, Tozer Shire Council, which I've sent photos through this morning to all of you, showing that they put all the councillors on the plaque when it's a major project, as well as the general manager was there to open it and what the costings were. It's very appropriate, in my opinion. We maintain the heritage of what council does. Council is giving to the community. They are giving improvements for the community that should be recognised. So I'm saying we should have a committee to make sure that that recognition continues on, and the committee will be made up of councillors because they are elected by the community. Usually they have a long-term association with the community and want it to be maintained. So I seek all councillors, if you can, to support this Mayoral Minute. I open it up to debate. Anyone wishes to have something to say? Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support your Mayoral Minute. I think it's really good because I know in a few cases that I'm aware of that plaques haven't been placed, and even to recognise members who've contributed, not necessarily major projects. I would like to ask though,
if you're speaking to it, I have to make sure you've got time to speak and then you've got time to ask questions. So
yeah, I'm fine. It won't take very long.
Okay.
So my question, and we're maintaining these particular plaques, because I know, Councillor Bain, you know the one at near Services Park near the pool, recognising Charlie Perkins and the Freedom Marches in the 60s. You personally had to clean that. I would really like to. No, it's a point because it was really black and nobody could read it. So my thinking is I would just like to suggest to you, you might like to consider ongoing maintenance of these plaques, just the occasional polish or materials that are not necessarily going to degrade.
Thank you. If that's the question to me, I'd suggest that, and I might check with Mr. Jackson on this, that part of our signage policy is that signs be maintained, and that would be part of that condition, would it, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So your point 7 about having a register of installed signs and plaques would then follow on into a maintenance regime. And yes, the signage policy does allow for that.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Saul, please.
It's a question, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, there's no cost to this. Do you have any idea what the plaques are worth to purchase and install?
I don't. No, I asked the general manager and he's away. He was going to find out for me, and I don't know if that information was found out by anyone else here today. So I have no idea. But again, when you're thinking about it, whether it's $500 or $1,000, Councillor Saul, opening a project that's worth 24 million, it's a very small part of the contingency, so that we always overfund a project in case things come up, and that's called the contingency, and out of that would come the plaque. That's what's suggested in the motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The reason why I asked the question was the community may be interested what the cost would be.
Well, I am too. Councillor White, please.
Yeah. Just I would add the funding body to those signs. So the funding body. So if it's a great, add to the signs who the funding body is. And just on the point 7 about the register. I mean, are signs included in the asset maintenance register? Is there a cyclic program for signs, or is it just an observational thing?
Mr. Jackson, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Signs, the asset register is still under development, so there are times when signs are not. However, we have been doing audits of signs and getting them into the register. So the intent is certainly that they are a register item with a schedule attached to them.
Thank you. No further speakers? Councillor Ferguson, I missed your light, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a concern I have is setting up another committee. This is quite descriptive on this one. What is our current procedure on it? Because obviously there are plaques out there. Could this just be done? There's no current procedure for it.
With the general manager, there's no procedure, and there's not been required other than some grant funding requirements in acquittal that you must put this plaque up that we're sending to you.
Okay, because my thinking on this one would just be a council resolution to state that on the completion of a project, a plaque be installed rather than another full committee on it. That was just my thoughts anyway.
Well, that's a way of doing it as well, but this one monitors
Ongoing.
plaques, like the one missing in South in Smith Street with the opening of Smith Street by Mayor Campbell. It's like you could decide to put a replacement one in.
Thank you.
Councillor Saul, you wish to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor, another question, if I may, please,
Yes.
on your motion. When you were scripting this motion, you said point 1, the mayor, deputy mayor and elected councillor. Did you consider the full council or a few more councillors than just the one extra councillor?
It would require an agenda item at every council meeting when this is being done. It should be straightforward. If you're recognition, Councillor Saul, then you would want a committee to make sure it happens. It's really up to you if you don't want to support this, also put an amendment in. But as far as I can see, just having a basic committee. Committees, of course, have fallen out of favour with this council. When you were first elected in 2004, I think there were something like 42 committees, and you were on about 6 of them.
And the point is just that why I asked that question is just that, you know, it is very minor committee, only being committee of 3. And I thought perhaps you may consider, you know, enlarging that committee to a bit more representation.
Well, you can move an amendment. I think 3 is just sufficient. If you have 2 people agreeing one way or the other, you have a decision in a committee. If it's just, you're not going to get a decision that's right. So you always have an odd number. We have an odd council. I mean, an odd number of councillors for that reason, so that the mayor doesn't have to do a. That was a joke, Councillor Bain. Always have a casting vote for the mayor, and I don't like to use that. It would be better if we have a majority of decision. That's why we have 9 councillors. You finished, Councillor Saul? Your microphone's gone out again. Sorry.
So the last
Coming to you,
question, Mr. Mayor,
Councillor,
was the last question. Yes, we said that the committee of 3. Well, if it was 5 or so, that would still allow representation of the council. That's all. Just a question. That's all.
yeah,
Was that considered? That's what I'm asking.
yeah, I think 3 is efficient. You got arranging meetings, getting 3 together is easier than getting 5 together. And it's going to put it or we won't, and the report will come to council. Councillor Butterfield.
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Ferguson. I don't really see the need for a committee. I think if there's a plaque that requires it, whether you can put the cost of that in the job itself, or just bring it to council like we do with most things. I just think another committee and another committee just takes up a lot of time for a lot of people that already is quite busy. And I don't think we need a committee to say whether we need a plaque or not.
That's your point. Thank you. Patterson.
Just some base on that of the other 2 councillors' comments. You haven't thought about the committee, or not committee, but representation of the mayor and the general manager, just to a point. I mean, because there's no connection with the staff there at all, and the general manager who runs the organisation. You know, the mayor, the deputy mayor, an elected councillor. Well, I think it just should be the mayor and the because the mayor is the one that represents the councillors, and this is not a huge decision. I think this is just something that that just should be done rather than needing a committee to have it done. I don't know what my fellow councillors think about that. That's a possible amendment.
Look out to Patterson, you can, if you like, or you can move an amendment to it.
Well, I'd like to move an amendment then, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay. With just that representation, just being the mayor and the general manager, in delegation, you know, because the mayor is the elected mayor representing the whole of the Shire, and the general manager being the representative of the organisation. That would be my amendment, that the I'm looking for some words here. We won't need a committee, but the
Delegated.
delegated to the mayor and the general manager.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Butterfield,
I mean, just a slipstream.
you'll speak to your motion now, or you?
Yeah, if you don't mind, yeah. And I do like the idea, Mr. Mayor, of this recommendation that you've put in, because it is something that has been forgotten about. It is a thankless job that a lot of councillors get to do. Also, a lot of staff, also different organisations, be it, you know, the Nats, Labor Party, etc. You know, so I think to make this process just ongoing of usage, I think that in that process, the general manager and the mayor, who are the head of both organisations, that will just be an ease of I'm just saying that I don't think there needs to be a debate. That just needs to be something that is recognised. There don't needs to be a debate that will it be recognised or won't it be? You know, I think that should be up to the mayor and the general manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
And can I ask Mr. Mayor whether you would accept that into your resolution, to keep it as your resolution, as your notice of motion?
Well, we've got an amendment at the moment. I'm just looking at it now and considering it. We'll have to get rid of E, the committee, or just have, or, yep.
To have install there? Determining appropriate recognition?
That works well.
I don't agree with that.
You asked me if I'll accept it in my motion, Councillor Patterson. I would like to, but I'd also like to see what other councillors think about this, because I said in my remarks at the beginning, councillors, and that would include the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the elected councillor, are local people who are elected representing the community. The general manager comes and goes, but not that I'm saying the general manager will go at any time soon, but the idea that we have a local decision made by local people about recognition. So yeah, I'm open to hear what other people say about this, but if this was to get up, it wouldn't be the end of the earth. I think it would still be a good thing. Councillor Bain, please.
I agree, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to speak against the amendment. The general manager is able to inform, I believe, is able to be involved in every committee. So I think that's correct procedure, that the general manager is assumed to be on any, to be able to attend any committee meeting. So doesn't particularly need him to be named, or that position to be named. I think it's good to have a committee to decide on wording and to discuss the importance of laying down, like the plaques, a historical record of who was involved. I think that the intent of both the amendment and the original motion are a good intent. I've heard, some people have said the committee would be too big, like it's too much time. It's time, other people are saying, well, we need more people on the committee. I think a committee of 3, one elected councillor, no one's going to force you to do it. You put your hand up or get nominated for it. I think it's a good democratic process. So I would not support the amendment, but I do support the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Butterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, well, maybe I still agree with Councillor Patterson's thing and yours as well. Maybe instead of, you could put a councillor in there. Would it be maybe put another amendment in there, maybe something to the effect of the GM and the mayor basically make the decision and bring it to council for further talks. I don't know. It's
Thank you. That's an idea, Councillor Butterfield, and I could see why we could or could not support your point of view as well. Any further debate? Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Bain. I really take Councillor Patterson and Councillor Butterfield's points. I really do. But to broaden it out a little bit, I think we need to have a bit more input from the actual representatives of our people in our shire. The general manager and the mayor, okay, that's fine. But in other community groups, I think we represent a really broad church in our shire. And I think just having the three is much better than just having the general manager and the mayor. So I'm sorry, Councillor Patterson, I can't support this one.
Any further debate?
Sorry, yes, I do have a thought process.
Sorry, Councillor
I
White.
do. I just had a thought.
Okay, well, I'll close debate on the amendment after you finish
Yeah,
speaking. Thank you.
Yeah. I support I'm finding a balance between the two is the original of the mayor, deputy mayor and elected councillor. You could have in consultation with the relevant director overseeing that project. Because I do agree that I don't think the general manager needs to be involved in absolutely everything, and that the general manager does delegate responsibility to 3 directors. So if it's like a sewer and asset project, then you would consult Director Trotter, etc. So I would support the original one with the mayor, deputy mayor and elected councillor, and then the mayor does that in consultation with the relevant director.
Yes. And it's assumed, Councillor White, that the general manager consults with the director anyway. So if you're consulting with the general manager, he will consult with the appropriate director anyway.
Suggesting that you can just go direct.
No,
I mean, these people
I
are.
understand that, but
yeah.
it's still the general manager's final say. You're speaking on the amendment?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Just looking at your number 0.4 of the motion, of your original motion, it says presenting a report on the determinations of the committee to council.
Yes.
Which is commendable. The point I'm asking is, with the amendment, it's saying just we need the GM and the mayor to consult, and then it'll come back to council. Is that what I'm saying with the amendment as well, Mr. Mayor? Is that correct, or am I misled there?
I'm not quite sure what you're saying, Councillor Saul.
That may need to be reworded.
Mr. Thorogood, could you explain,
please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in line with what Councillor Patterson suggested in his wording, the amendment actually delegates to the mayor and the general manager the power to do this without reporting further back to council, which was what I captured, I believe, the intent of what Councillor Patterson suggested was.
Well, thank you for that then.
Yeah, and a report to council could be a email saying that the decision has been made. Councillor Saul, of my understanding, that's a report to councillors. It doesn't have to be a one on the agenda. And that's the point I'm making. We don't need to have it come up on the agenda. That here's the report, and we vote favour or against a report, which is a report can be an email or it could be in a council update.
Both are fine, Mr. Mayor, because it allows councils the information on what's happening. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Ferguson, do we?
No, my question was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll close debate on the amendment and then we'll vote on the amendment. And if it gets up, it becomes a motion. If it's lost, we go back to the original. Having thought about it, I thank Councillor Patterson for his amendment. It still will get the decisions made, but I come back to my original point, Councillor Patterson, that we're having 3 councillors involved representing the community is probably a better way to do it. The general manager is going to be consulted all the way through on the wording and also the costing, and the general manager will be responsible for finding that money at some point, whether it's put up straight away or further down the track. It'll just be on the books as a plaque or a sign to be put up. So it's not locking in that the general managers to race out and build it the next day. It's not there at all. So I'm saying that I'm going with the original one, which is to have a committee of 3 councillors, which is what would be the effect of having the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the general and the on the committee. So I'd ask you to vote against the amendment and bring back the original. I'll ask for any dissent on the amendment before us. Could you raise your hand if you're voting against it? So it's carried. The amendment is now the motion. Do we have any debate on the motion? Councillor Patterson.
So a question through to the staff, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay. You said before that we don't have a process for recognition. Do you think that this, for the staff, is this would be an ongoing process? So, you know, if we had the determination of recognition as a process from now on, that's what this will embed into the council.
Mr. Jackson, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. At the moment, we very much rely on the grant funding agreements and the funding bodies requirements for this. That has, you know, we do meet those requirements at the moment. As Mr. Mayor has suggested, to actually put additional recognition or where it's not specifically required by those grants, this would be a process which would embed that in the organisation.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for putting this up. This is the intention. I do not, even though I've put an amendment in there, I do not wish to take away anything from your motion because it's your intent.
That is my intent. Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I do believe that recognition is something. We're not all here for recognition, but it doesn't hurt.
Yep.
It does help. You know, to as people retire or as people wonder and around our beautiful community to see, you know, well, where did this come from? Because there's a fairly big stretch of just, for instance, grey nomads that track around doing this, you know, seeing where did that project come from? How did it come about? You know, and, you know, I do think one day someone might even make a book or something, a podcast or something about the recognition and the building of different structures right through the Macleay, you know. So
I'm sure the Historical Society people might be doing that already, Councillor Patterson.
So once again, I thank Mr. Mayor, for bringing this up.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Thank you. I'll close debate and say thank you all for your contributions on this. Yes, it just comes down to the idea we've got to have basic recognition of major expenditure by council, and we don't put it on every swing and footpath, but it's certainly the major projects where we use grants and also council funds to improve the infrastructure for our community. It should be recognised. It's historical as well as a heritage event, and it's there for the future. So I thank you all, and I ask you to support the motion before us as amended by Councillor Patterson. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. Thank you all. We now move to 10.1. Will it be a shorter or a longer debate? I don't know. Right, we have a planning proposal. It's 154 Oakland Road, Southwest Rocks, and we have Mr. Peter Orr here, Strategic Environmental Planning Manager, who knows the documents back to front. I'm really pleased he's here. Now, I'm sure Mr. Jackson might pass some of the questions off to him if you have questions. But first of all, I need someone to move the motion before us. Councillor Riddington. And seconder, Councillor Saul. Councillor Riddington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that we go into committee of a whole to discuss this, please.
You've just moved this.
I know, but I want to go into committee of a whole, please.
Yeah, we can do that. But first of all, wouldn't it be?
Should I open it?
You should open and speak to the motion.
Okay.
And then we can move that. But usually you have the motion moved, someone speaks to it, and then the committee of the whole can
Oh, righto.
enact it. That's the normal procedure in my.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to move it and open it. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Do you have a procedural motion now, Councillor Riddington?
Yes, please. Mr. Mayor, could I please move that we go into committee as a whole?
Yes. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Bain. Any dissent? No dissent. We are now in the committee of the whole. Councillor Riddington, do you wish to ask questions or make comments? You now have the floor.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a few questions and I'm going to make a few comments. All in one hit. Is that all right?
Yep.
Good.
Yes, you may, Councillor Riddington.
Thank you very much. I would really like to have a really open and forthright discussion about this particular motion. I thank King and Campbell, the representatives of the developer, for their presentation yesterday. But there are, I think, some gaps in this particular proposal that I would like to see addressed. And I would like to see that addressed before the proposal is put up to the department and to the minister, please. First up, I don't think that we're going to have, and I'll leave this to another councillor to give us her expert opinion. I don't think that there is enough rigour applied to the Aboriginal heritage assessment on this particular proposal. That's for Councillor Wyatt to debate. I think what we've got now is a situation where and I'm going to use the word guts, in the guts of Southwest Rocks, we have got now small lots of land. We had this discussion last meeting where we debated the state government's overriding of our own particular guidance paper in the development plan and our CLEP to put dual locks in and override the whole of our community consultation. At this particular development, what we're going to have is a joining up of previous developments like Saltwater Estate, like Seascape Grove, Rosedale Avenue in the middle. We've had issues with drainage and stormwater from those previous developments. I know that the two gentlemen yesterday said that they were addressing that in a particular parcel of land. It's still, in my opinion, land that's going to have a detrimental effect with runoff into saltwater lagoon and then further down the creek. I don't think we have enough information on that particular impact on the environment around that area. I don't understand why we as a council should amend our own local environment plan to change a parcel of land of 23 odd hectares and then divide them up into much smaller blocks. That particular CLEP and that particular development was for 1 hectare lots, not smaller blocks. We're going to be asked to consider that and put that up to the minister. Now, my thinking is if we approve this now, we're giving, and I know that it's just a proposal and it's going to go to the department, to the minister, but really we're giving tacit agreement to chopping those lots up into smaller blocks. Why can't we have a balance of 1 hectare, half a hectare, whatever it is, smaller blocks balanced within that particular development? You've already got 1 hectare blocks along Arakoon Road. You're going to have a road come out onto Arakoon Road. You're going to have a roundabout, and that probably will be put in at the request of council to the developer to construct. There's a whole lot of issues in this planning I don't think we've got enough information on. I would like to see this particular proposal delayed until we have the information that we need. And I honestly believe we need a balance of 1 hectare, half hectare, smaller blocks, all within the precinct, rather than jam in smaller blocks with definitely the potential to have strata title come in, any kind of council input, and allow dual locks on these small blocks. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington.
Can I come back and ask questions?
You can ask questions if you've spoken to your motion, and you've now spoken in committee of the whole. Councillor Saul and then Councillor Patterson, please.
Mr. Mayor, a question, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, through the acting GM, could we?
Chair of the meeting. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I meant to say that.
Sorry.
Through the chair of the meeting to staff, if I may, Mr. Mayor, can we have the manager here give comment on his report, please?
Mr. Orr, would you like to comment on the report? In what regard, Councillor Saul?
Well, in regard to the comments made by Councillor Rington, just you maybe perhaps give us some more feedback on that, or more items, please, just to, I mean, I'm aware of, and I've been told this is a concept plan, but so you may be able to elaborate a few more points for the councillors to listen to, please.
Mr. Orr, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Just for your information, so there is a guideline which the state puts out, and that provides the level of merit that needs to be met for a planning proposal, what documents, what reporting is required, and the processes that are worked through. This report addresses the requirements of that guideline. So that's basically how the report is to councillors. That's how it's basically put together in response to the requirements of the guideline. More generally, in regards to the Aboriginal cultural values that may be at that site, so the council's standard requirement is first that an AIMS report is done that identifies if there's any known Aboriginal heritage at that site or the surrounding sites. That's been provided. Secondly, we require that the proponent goes to the local Aboriginal Land Council and asks for a report, and that typically involves a member of the local Aboriginal Land Council going onto the site and providing a report to council. That's been provided for this proposal that identifies that there is no matters of heritage identified at the site. And beyond that, the proponent has also provided a heritage report confirming above and beyond those two reports provided, the AIMS and the local Aboriginal Land Council report, that there is no identified cultural heritage matters there. In regards to lot size, so the North Coast Regional Plan, that's the overriding strategic document for councils in this region. That identifies urban growth boundaries for local councils. It identifies that there is an urban release area that is the area, the maximum area that council can expand its residential development across its principal towns, cities, villages. It identifies that the urban growth boundaries to the eastern boundary of this property and along the southern boundary. So it's fully included in the regional plan. It's also in our local growth management strategy. It's been identified as suitable for rezoning. It's also in our Southwest Rocks structure plan, where it identifies as suitable for rezoning to general residential, 500 square metre lots. Yeah, so it's completely reasonable that a proponent can lodge an application to go from R5 large lot residential down to general residential, from 1 hectare down to 500 square metre lots. That is consistent with those strategies and the regional plan. In regards to stormwater runoff and the like, yes, that is a substantial matter and it's very important, but generally that is worked through at the DA stage, and there will be engineering reports done, and the development would be modified in response to the constraints coming from stormwater. It's not a requirement that stormwater is dealt with at a planning proposal stage. And it's always important to remember, and I think the councillor raised it, is that this is a conceptual layout for a future subdivision. Council is not giving any approval for the layout or the number of lots proposed, merely the rezoning, the lot size, and the maximum building height. That is what is before council. Please let me know if I've missed any matters.
Thank you. Councillor Saul, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Orr, for your comments. So the last comment, perhaps to the acting GM, if this is deferred or defeated today, what is the outcome of that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so there are a couple of options there that the developer has. One is that they can take an appeal, much in the way as if a DA is refused. They can take an appeal on a refusal or deemed refusal if we simply defer it beyond the relevant timeframes, or they can accept the decision of council. So that's very much in the hands of the developer, and depending on the developer and their appetite for legal action, will determine whether or not they take this to court, to the Land Environment Court.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
can I interject?
Yes, Mr. Orr.
Sorry. Sorry, Chairman. Just some of the wording. Yeah, it would go to a planning panel. It doesn't go to the court, and the planning panel would make a determination on whether council's reasons for refusal of the planning proposal were up to scratch or it didn't warrant that decision. And also council has 90 days to make a determination on a planning proposal after it's lodged. And if it does not do so, they can take that to the planning panel as well.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. If I may clarify, Mr. Orr or Mr. Jackson, what this is telling me is that any person, not just a developer, can apply to overturn the local environment plan at any time, and they've got to go through the New South Wales planning to change the local environment plan that at the moment this council is looking to change with method and with care. We can have changes put by a developer to the local environment plan. Is that what is happening here?
Perhaps I can explain, Mr. Mayor. The type of amendments to the local environment plan that are being undertaken by the staff as the housekeeping amendment, as it's known, are a range of corrections and amendments and minor tweaks to that document. The strategic planning documents set up frameworks, and those state government documents, the regional plan, etc., sort of embed the intentions, and then right down to our structure plan, which we've also adopted. And the structure plan proposes these sorts of things, but because it's private land, we then get the developers to do the legwork on the last piece of this, which is to actually implement a planning proposal on their land. So in this instance, developers also have the option to drop a planning proposal on any piece of land. However, in this instance, they're following the strategic documents of council and adopted by council as well as the state government, and putting in a planning proposal to finalise that process and get this lot of land to in line with the proposals within our own strategic documents adopted by council.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I have a list of speakers here. Councillor Patterson, followed by Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Riddington. No one else is lighting up at this time, so we'll go with Councillor Patterson and Councillor Ferguson. Right, thank you. Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of this planning proposal for a number of reasons. First off, it was raised last night by Councillor White about the lack of possible Aboriginal heritage due diligence. I'm looking at the report now, Aboriginal heritage due diligence assessment report done by, where are we? Heritage Now Proprietary Limited. In this report, the assessment identified no Aboriginal objects, places or areas of potential archaeological deposit in the project area. Therefore, there is no identified risk or harm of Aboriginal objects as a result of the proposed works. Thus, an ACHA report and an AHIP application is not required, and it does note the recommendation all on-site personnel are to be made aware of obligations under the National Parks and Wildlife, etc. Recommendation 3, in the unlikely event the Aboriginals that Aboriginal or suspected Aboriginal archaeological material is uncovered during the development, then works in the area to stop and be cordoned off until investigation. In number 3, in the unlikely event that human remains or suspected human remains are uncovered during the development, then works in that area stop and are cordoned off, and then a assessment done. So one of my things is, in this, are we now trying to tell the Aboriginal heritage people what they have to do? This is something that I'm looking at, and I believe that they have ticked the planning proposal has ticked the box that it has done the due diligence of the Aboriginal heritage investigations. Furthermore, the continuation of existing housing as per the needs in South West Rocks, if we look at the topical map of this area, this continues with the existing development and the existing direction that part of South West Rocks is going to achieve in its needs in the future. This development will not be put up and houses on it next week. It will be as the market requires. How we this development also, the planning seems it has achieved appropriate state guidelines to go to the gate for gateway determination for the change of zoning. Strata title, which I am on board with, in the fact that is the issue that we have here, not the planning development. It is strata title, which is a state government thing that we need to make representation to in the state government, that can't be brought in to ace the planning proposal and make this place full of dual occupancy. That's something that we need maybe in an amendment in this application, that we note that we make representation to state government in relation to, and the lot size, based on the fact that one of the councillors mentioned that there needs to be bigger lot sizes. The lot sizes these days, and especially with housing needs and people's financial abilities, the lot sizes suit the housing that is looked for in the area of South West Rocks. If you want to build on a rural block, you buy on a rural block where there's ample. Like, I happen to live on one. There is quite a bit of rural land from 100 acres subdivided down to smaller ones in this whole area. So So to me, this planning proposal ticks all the boxes. My issue is once again the strata title that changes the CLEP or into dual occupancy randomly. So,
Mr. Patterson. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. I have two main points, and I'm going to deal with my biggest issue is the Aboriginal Heritage report. And correct, as it was outlined, is that report as it is provides the legal and minimal standard. Minimal standard. The New South Wales government itself and the Aboriginal, and I just got this quote from the internet, says, Aboriginal people are the continuing custodians of their heritage. We recognise that communities are at different stages in managing and protecting cultural heritage sites and material. This includes deep relationships for the tangible and intangible values of cultural landscapes and the practice of keeping culture alive through spiritual and social connection. So that's the New South Wales government's position on Aboriginal heritage. So for me, when I read that report, I was quite seething, to be honest. And I read it and for the following grounds. Number one, there is no mention of the First Nations people of Southwest Rocks. Number two, this is an archaeological, assumes culture is in artefact only. Object-based, rocks, deposits, shells. There's no recognition of spiritual connection, ongoing cultural association, or contemporary obligations, cultural obligations of current generations of First Nations people. There is a map of the archaeological site and a geo, which is really irresponsible and disrespectful to publish such information without permission. And as a long practitioner of doing this work and assessing, the publication of such information is an absolute no-go. In fact, I'm not entirely sure, but it's worth checking. I think that information is subject to confidentiality. The AHIMS database, which is the Aboriginal Heritage Information Management System database, I'm not 100% correct, but I'd like someone to check for me. I'm sure it's confidential. You can't publish where known sites are located. Second, and the fourth one is that the reference list is that it contained in that report is about 10 to 15 years old. There's nothing contemporary that recognises changing and understanding of cultural heritage and empowering of Aboriginal communities, which is the stated New South Wales government position. The male person consulted in this report is the same person I've seen dozens of times, in all sorts of Aboriginal heritage reports for the Kempsey local government area. And I'm not discrediting or commenting on that person's ability to speak for country, but all of it, from Point Plumber to Kumbangia country, so Biripi country to Kumbangia country, to anyone, this one person can speak for all of country. Aboriginal cultural heritage, it is agenda-based. There are women's sites and there are men's sites. This report does not acknowledge the women's sites whatsoever. Where are the current cultural knowledge holders of Southwest Rocks country? Where are the women's stories? There are many significant women's places right around that headland on Smoky Cape Range. There's a very significant ancestral site within very close proximity to the study area, as well as a really significant men's site up on the range. So this area would have been, and you've got Saltwater Lagoon there. The report concludes, quote, as such, Aboriginal occupation of the area is likely to have been transitory between resource-rich zones of the beach and the estuarine resources of the Macleay in the south and the west. So I really hope that the council staff look at this report and send it back, because I think this is unfair to the Dunghutti people of the coast and to the women who have no voice whatsoever in this report. This land, it says this land was once, the report says this land was once occupied by Aboriginal people on a transitory basis. It's just so untrue. Even Clement Hodgkinson, who was a surveyor in the mid 1880s, acknowledges continual occupation of Aboriginal people out in the Macleay Valley. And there are native title claims which acknowledges continuous occupation of Aboriginal people in the Macleay Valley. There has been continual occupation and cultural use. It always was, and it always will be Dunghutti land. And I want to pay my respects to the people of Southwest Rocks, who are the custodians of that land, and in particular to the older aunties who have shared knowledge with me to shape my learning and understanding. And I want to acknowledge the young people out there. And I mean the young people, the little kids, the teenagers, the 20, 30-year-olds. Acknowledge them who are honouring their ancestors to look after that country and to uphold their obligations. That report is probably one of the worst that I've read in terms of identifying Aboriginal sites as site-based and object-based. That went out in the 1970s. The National Parks and Wildlife Service recognised that. And I just really, not sure whether we can push it back, but I do have an amendment, if not, that I would like to propose instead. And I want to come back later and talk about the environmental issues.
Okay, you can move that amendment in a moment. Councillor Ring, are you taking notes on what Councillor White was just speaking about? You're using your phone. I was wondering whether you're taking notes.
Point of order.
No, there's no point of order. I'm making a point of order. You cannot be sending messages while someone's speaking. That's my ruling. Okay. You seem to be sending messages, and information has been given by councillors at different times. We're supposed to listen to all of them.
I was Googling things about the Land Council, but you know, it's actually, oh my God. You have not picked on another person who has used their phone during that time. He just Googled something as well.
I beg your pardon.
You
Order. No,
continuously pick
no,
on
this
me
is not
all
a
of the
debate, Councillor
time.
Ring. Not a debate.
So it's not a debate, but you pick on me as the youngest, the only
No,
brown person in the room, and a young woman, because I feel continuously like you pick on me and you say things to me that you do not say to anyone else in this room.
Order. That is not correct. I respect your right as the youngest person and as a woman. You are supposed to be listening to the debate. If you have a question about what's being said, you should raise it as a question, not be using your phone to look for more information. You're supposed to look for more information from your fellow councillors, Councillor Ring. And I'm sorry you think that I'm picking on you. I've not spoken to you before about this at all. I don't know how you come to that conclusion. So I would like an apology, please, that I'm picking on you. I am not picking on you.
Mr. Mayor, point of order there.
Refuse to apologise to you.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, you start.
No, you don't have a right to speak at this time. You have questioned my authority to ask you to refrain from using your phone. And I have that right as the chair of a meeting to make it run correctly, Councillor Ring. You were using your phone and I asked you to stop. You tell me that you have a right to do that.
You could have said to me, Miss Ring or Councillor Ring, please put down your phone. That is all you had to say to me.
No, that's not what was happening. I can ask you to listen to your fellow councillors, and Councillor White was speaking and giving very emphatic information about the Aboriginal Heritage report in what's being debated in front of us. What she had to say, as well as what Councillor Patterson is saying about the same thing, was important that we listen to them carefully because we are making decisions on the motion before us. So I again ask you, I am not picking on you. If you think I'm picking on you, I apologise if you think that, but I ask you to withdraw and apologise for saying that I'm picking on you.
I'm not going to apologise.
It's a matter of a code of conduct now, Councillor Ring. You
Point of
don't
order.
Can we
apologise.
just have can we have a few minutes break?
This is crazy. You,
Councillor Ring, sometimes you have to understand.
I'll apologise to you if you apologise for me for making me feel bullied.
Councillor Ring, I
Thank you.
apologise if you think I was bullying you. I'm chairing a meeting. I'm sorry if you feel I'm bullying you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Patterson.
Point of order.
No,
At the
no,
start of our meeting, you
no
just said
point of
that we
order.
were accessing our phone
No
for
point of
information.
order.
You said at the start of the meeting, I will just remove
No
myself
point of
from the
order,
meeting at the
Councillor
moment.
Patterson. I adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes.
live. You're right, never.
Welcome back, everyone. That adjournment took longer than I expected, and I would start this part of the meeting with an apology to Councillor Ring. I did not speak correctly in asking her to not use her phone. She is using her phone, as she assured me, to get more information about the subject in front of us. So I apologise to Councillor Ring for that. And for those people who think that having a meeting where everyone agrees all the time, as I said at the beginning, we disagree, and that is part of the democratic process. So I apologise to Councillor Ring again, and I should not have said what I said about her conduct. Councillor Ring would like to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to also apologise as well for how I spoke to you, and I apologise to all staff, the gallery, my fellow councillors, and anyone watching for the way that I behaved.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I think we all accept it, and I hope you accept my apology as well, everyone. We try to do our best, and sometimes, like I just did, I didn't quite manage the situation as the chair. It is my and I will try to do a better job as chair for the rest of this meeting, and for as long as I'm mayor. Thank you. Councillor White was speaking and was foreshadowing an amendment. Would you like to speak to that now? And then after that, we've got Councillor Riddington, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Bain, who wish to speak on 10.1, which is the item we're still addressing. Councillor White, please.
Yeah, I just reiterate that I find the report is not satisfactory for the Aboriginal Heritage Report. I acknowledge that the law says that the law says one thing, but it doesn't meet contemporary standards for Aboriginal heritage reports. So I'm proposing an amendment that says something along the lines that the Aboriginal Heritage Report is not satisfactory, and that if this planning proposal is approved, that council staff work with the consultant to improve the Aboriginal Heritage Report.
Thank you, Councillor White.
It's pretty tame.
So that would be an item.
Could be worse.
That would be item 4 on the motion.
Yeah. So I just want to ask a question.
Well, we'll just get that clear in writing if we could. We're still in committee. Yeah, still in committee. Thank you. So,
Well, I might just add a couple of words on the end of that.
well, if we could get up on the screen, then we could talk to it, and then Councillor Riddington might accept it into the motion as well.
Maybe to say something along the lines of so that council staff work.
I'm certain it can be done. I'm just uncertain on the process going forward. Did I speak in confidence to my director?
I would suggest that's probably a great idea, Mr. Orr. If you just step out into the lobby, you can have your consultation while the words go up.
While Daniel's put up, if we in committee of whole, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment on this.
Yes,
Yeah.
Miss Councillor Patterson.
Like I said previously, I don't see where it's our part to tell the Aboriginal organisation how to do their job. They have not asked us to change this. They have not requested us to change this. They have not said that there's holes in this report. This is not coming from the Aboriginal.
You're speaking against the amendment, Councillor Patterson.
Well, yeah, when
we'll wait till they come back and we'll continue the debate then, and you can say that again, okay? So I'll ask Mr. Jackson to comment as well, please.
So just to clarify, this recommendation as written is that the Aboriginal Heritage Report is noted as not satisfactory. We are still sending it to the Gateway. We're just acknowledging that through the process, we would ask for an improvement to the report.
Yeah.
That is definitely workable. The exact process, obviously, we'll just essentially talk about.
So yeah, my understanding is that you can't send it back as a refusal. That it has to continue moving because your team has already assessed it as being okay to proceed to the next level. So my suggestion here is if the planning proposal is approved and they then start working on their DA, which they have pre-DA meetings with council staff, don't they? Yeah. So in that process, that council staff provides more education to the consultant about cultural obligations, cultural heritage, protocols and safety, particularly women, and engaging with more than one person that speaks for all. And we acknowledge too that this is the local Aboriginal Land Council's requirements and legislative requirements, but there is more contemporary approaches out there where you consult the traditional owners of those particular cultural heritage sites, and that is recognised. And there are heritage law reforms in place to have a brand new position around Aboriginal heritage.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, I was just going to say, essentially, a lot of this work will actually be done during this next phase. So having identified that they have a report and that it meets the basic requirements of law as it stands currently, that's going up to the department. The department will review it. Once we've got Gateway, it'll be sent out for further referrals, etc., to the relevant parties. So really, yeah, this won't wait until the DA stage. This will actually occur during the next phase of after Gateway. So an actual qualitative assessment of that report and any work and RFIs and referrals back will occur during this next phase before it comes back to council.
I mean, I'd like to see that just in general across all developments that come before council is that we just improve industry reporting. We just improve industry assessments and make better acknowledgement and recognition of our First Nations people.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor White. We've got a whole list of speakers who wish to speak on this item. I've got you on there as well, Councillor Saul. You want to speak as well?
Question, Mr. Mayor.
There's no procedural question in front of me at this time.
Has
We're actually, we have an amendment that Councillor White's moved, and I haven't asked the question of the mover yet whether she will accept it into her motion, and then we'll have the debate on the motion continue. Okay, you can actually speak for or against the amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask, as a seconder, do I have to give concurrence? That's what I ask.
The seconder basically just seconds the start of it, and they have no further role to play. You can even vote against your own motion.
Well, I'm just wondering how it worked. Thank you.
Councillor Riddington, did you accept or not?
Thank you very much. I do accept it, and I think it's a good one. But we might have other amendments that might come up as well.
Yes, that's right.
So I do accept Councillor White's amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor White, you had something further to say? Yes. Thank you. And then we're coming to Councillor Riddington, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Bain and Councillor Saul.
Yeah, I do want to, I can go off. I'll go after because my other comments are around the environment. But is it, I guess what I was still sort of words I was going to add, but
you think about it.
Okay,
we'll come back to you.
To meet contemporary standards and First Nations people's expectations.
You want to add that in a moment? Yes. Councillor Ferguson.
I'll send it to Daniel.
You were not next, were you? Want to speak now?
But I was just going to ask a question about this current amendment, or do I leave that to later?
Yeah, leave it when you're debating it. You can ask a question of the mover. Councillor Riddington, you were wanting to speak.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thank you very much, Councillor Wyatt, for your expertise on this subject. My big concern is the state government overriding any of our input into our own areas for development. I just want to go back to the structure plan because a few people have said, okay, the structure plan's there and it is in the structure plan, but it says in the structure plan that it's proposed to change the zoning. It's not approved. It's not given a tick. It's proposed. So I really don't understand, and perhaps Mr. Jackson might clarify for me, why we need to put the zone change in here now.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. As sort of explained, the structure plan set out the strategic intents of the planning work, and that was adopted by council. And that strategic intent was in line with those high level documents up to that regional plan. Because this is private land, council did not impose this zoning onto it. And as I explained, the last step in the process is if a landowner wishes to take advantage of that zoning change that is forecast and proposed, then they run this last proposal, which is the planning proposal. The costs associated with producing all those reports, etc., would make it prohibitive for council to do that. So we put that onto the developer, and that's why they've put that first, put this planning proposal up to as the last step in implementing the strategic planning objectives of council and the state government.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a little bit further, if I may. I'm really concerned about the runoff and the stormwater into saltwater lagoon and then onto the creek, as I said previously. I'm really concerned with the Aboriginal and cultural heritage, and I'm glad Councillor Wyatt's put that up. I'm also really concerned, we've got now a koala zoning on Arakoon Road with signs alerting people to koalas. And I know the gentleman yesterday said that they've done their studies, no koalas, but koalas move around. And we've got signs that say koalas are moving around. So I do think it's rather disingenuous to say that there's no koalas on that particular strip, because there could be at any given time. And when you're developing this particular plot, you're removing the trees, no matter what. Now, they may be food trees, they may be not. I don't know. I'm not an expert in trees. But the thing is, it's a corridor. It's a wildlife corridor. I'm worried also about the drainage. I'm worried about what we've been left with Athena and Shamrock Avenues. We have been left with that particular problem, and I'm worried we're going to be left with another problem somewhere down the line. I'm worried about a roundabout being installed on Lighthouse Road and Arakoon Road. I'm worried about the fact that for more than 20 years, we've had 1 hectare lots, and it was proposed but not approved to make them smaller. I do think that there is a place for high value land for 1 hectare blocks with high value houses, so that people can come into the Shire and spend some money, and also for affordable housing, which this is never going to be, and also for smaller blocks. I really would like to thank Mr. Orb. I hardly ever speak against council's recommendation because I appreciate everyone's expertise and I really value it. But this one is, to me, I'm going to be voting against it, even though everyone else might vote for it. I just can't do it. It's just the flow on from the dual occupancies that we had the big debate on last month, and I'm not a fortune teller, but I can just see this thing happening down the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just go on a little bit further from Councillor Reddington's comments about stormwater. I acknowledge the work that's been done on site by the King and Campbell with regards to stormwater, but I also believe it's our job to look at like the bigger picture of the area. There are major concerns from residents, particularly on Shamrock that I've spoken to, and I know other councillors have, about flooding. In recent fairly minor rain events, they've actually seen levels already concerningly high, within a couple of 100 mils of street level. And any addition of concrete and colorbond we add to this site will increase the stormwater catchment. Since those rain events, we've had significant development already occurred in Rosedale, Bella Connor and Athena Parade have all been filled in and built up, and they haven't even put the houses on yet. I really think we need to have a proper look at stormwater flow outside this area, not just within the boundaries of this one. And my question, if I may, to staff would be, when do we actually look at that bigger picture? Because I don't want to sort of end up in a position where damage occurs before we do something about it.
Thank you. Councillor, Mr. Jackson, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The assessment of this DA when it gets down to the planning proposal and then into the DA phase, we'll be looking at the impacts of stormwater. Obviously, there's guidelines regarding dealing with stormwater on your own site first. So the basins and things as proposed by King Campbell or other solutions that are equivalent or can do a same or better job are the first step, and then any downstream impacts from there need to be considered along the way. But if they do deal with their stormwater and essentially have no net change to the current situation or to the situation before development occurred, then that should avoid issues in Rosedale and Athena. If there are issues in Rosedale and Athena, then unfortunately those assets are now ours and we need to address them, but they are taking into account the current performance of those assets, which is a good thing, and certainly we'd be looking to continue that line with them in any detailed assessments.
Thank you. Councillor Bain, please, and then Councillor Butterfield after Councillor Saul.
Martin Boo, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I too share other councillors' concerns with the drainage, but also I'm getting a fair bit of feedback about people being dissatisfied with the maintenance of roads. I mean, you've got the roads going in. Gregory Street has got significant potholes. I was up and like there's significant work needs to be done there. If we're looking at an additional load of population and reducing lot sizes by half, effectively doubles population, possibly. Maybe it's not quite that direct. So yeah, I'm concerned about the impact on roads. I find it really interesting, the King and Campbell report on the development of those basins as artificial wetlands, and I've had a good look at the vegetation management plan, which looks really good. However, I share Councillor Ferguson's concerns about the operation of a constructed wetland in Shamrock Ave, has been acknowledged to have been not the best outcome for the residents of Shamrock Ave. If we're looking at an artificial wetland, even if it's predominantly dry most of the time, depending on El Nino or La Nina or climate change or whatever's happening over time, we've got to be. Sediment runoff is a huge issue. Now, I know that there are strict compliance rules in the DAs. However, I suspect that they're not always complied with. And one of the original issues that came up at Shamrock Ave was the smell and the mozzies related to a constructed wetland. So is that going to be an issue? I do welcome looking at the stormwater. Looking at the hydrology of the area, it actually funnels into it's kind of like a valley down through the middle of that site. But I also welcome the idea that they've got not only the artificial wetlands to detain water, but they've also got a green reserve area in there, as I think Councillor Ferguson was referring to it yesterday in the briefing. That we really need to be looking at designs of communities that build in green space and have infrastructure to make communities livable, not just drive in, drive out one road. It's a concern. And in terms of the Aboriginal heritage, I fully understand what Councillor Wyatt's saying, but I think it's actually outside our scope. And my understanding is that with the AIMS database is available, publicly available, and therefore a lot of Indigenous communities do not, First Nations communities do not share fully. AIMS database is not a comprehensive understanding of cultural sites. Right, there's a lot more to cultural sites, and I fully take on board Councillor Wyatt saying that there needs to be both men, male and female, sites officers when you're looking at areas, particularly around, as Councillor White, I'm unaware of women's sites, and I don't want to be aware of women's sites, but I'm aware that they do exist on those coastal areas quite strongly, and you know, as they do. So yeah, I have concerns about it. I understand that it's only a first step, but is that taking that first step going to commit us to a slippery slope? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I've got Councillor Saul. Do you still want to speak?
Mr. Mayor, a question, if I may.
Yes, but I'm then going to have Councillor Butterfield and Councillor Ring had a light on too. So,
right.
Did you? No, you don't want to. Thank you. So, question, Councillor Saul.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Earlier I mentioned about as a seconder, and you just in your ruling was that no, the second doesn't actually have a say in any amendment approval.
No, but you can actually speak against it.
Yeah. So the point is, Mr. Mayor, when we come out of council, I'd like to move an amendment, please. So I'm giving a heads up on that.
You can move it now.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, you could foreshadow what you're going to move when you come out, if you like, Councillor Saul.
Could
you tell us now what?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Foreshadow it. So when we come out of committee of the whole, we can.
So Mr. Mayor, I foreshadow the original motion.
Okay. Thank you.
May I apologise? I was wrong. The AIMS database does require a login, so it is not public. It is restricted. However, the what I said still counts. First Nations people do not share all cultural information with agencies that have access to AIMS, as some of it is sacred ceremonial sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain, for that correction. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. Like most of us here, obviously, the drainage is a concern, and I hope further on in the process that gets addressed properly. And also, again, Councillor Innington with the housing, I hope it doesn't end up like it did a place up in Brisbane, quite congested, because I think South of Stocks needs if they're going to do it, they need to do it properly. It needs to be done, I suppose, in a nicer way, I suppose, not so congested. But the ownership of the land, the current one that they're proposing, is that owner developed any of the land around it before this one?
I don't know if we have access to that, but Mr. Jackson, do you know?
I believe the owner of the current listed owner of the land has owned parcels adjacent as well, right, that have been developed.
Yeah. So I just and the King and Campbell, did they do any of the work on the previous lands? Any of the studies?
I can't answer that, but we can check the files. I'll be on the team.
I just think thought that the two were have done this before. They're sort of probably well rehearsed on how it operates. But yeah, I'm just my main concern. One of the main things is the drainage there, obviously with Shamrock.
Okay.
Yeah. So just hopefully it's addressed further down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Any further speakers?
Yes.
Councillor Patterson, and I've actually listed myself to speak as well, Councillor White, but you're on the list as well. So Councillor Patterson, and then myself, and then Councillor White. Thank you.
Thank you. Kicking the whole planning proposal around fairly well, talking about things that are going to be dealt with in the DA part that this would proceed to, also into the construction certificate that this would proceed to. The stormwater, to me, would be a benefit to the area, because at the moment it's not controlled. When the place is developed and there is roofs, there is gutters, there is stormwater pipes, these are going to be designed to meet the needs and engineered by qualified staff to deal with the stormwater. At the moment, there's no control. So I really don't agree with that argument about stormwater being an issue. I think with the control measured, that would be part of the DA process, that will be dealt with better so than it is now with nothing. We've just got to keep remembering that this is not a DA or a construction certificate. This is just a planning proposal, and I would even talk about the suggestion of an amendment on top of Councillor Saul's amendment, that council that writes this into the planning proposal request, that council doesn't agree with large amount of dual and prefers a blended approach of wording of that type, rather than what we're dealing with out at Bell O'Connor, etc. at Southwest Rocks. We have just got a developer there who's just putting, it's more than likely, I would say, in that area, maybe 70% of dual occupancy. I would like council to work with our DCP that we note that we prefer, if dual occupancy is part of the mix, that it is a percentage. I don't know what my fellow councillors think of that, because at the moment we don't seem to have a formal notation of that anywhere in our CLEP or our DCP, you know. So I know it's only a guideline, but if we're waiting for a DA to come here and then say, well, we don't like it because there's going to be too many dual occupancies, but I don't know. This may be through Mr. Mayor to the staff of what is that option. Have we got that option to do that on this particular one, like noting that council does not agree with large amount of dual occupancy?
Councillor Patterson, I'd have to rule that amendment out of order because it's not directly related to this application, but it could be a notice of motion for the August council.
So maybe that's how we can try and deal with this issue of dual occupancy, on top of making representation to state and federal governments. But I personally don't see this as an issue for the planning matter. I'm even reading again from Heritage now about visual inspection. It had 3 different surveys, and each one of them found that there is no evidence of any true Aboriginal heritage in that area, other than the area may have been traversed by foot. So, you know, once again, I don't support this amendment here to the motion that says the Aboriginal heritage report is not satisfactory. Says who? The Aboriginal report here is done by an Aboriginal organisation, the Lands Council. They agree with it, so I don't agree with number 4 here, and I request council staff with consult to improve Aboriginal heritage report. I probably don't mind number 5, but I do not agree with number 4 at all. Okay. And I do support this planning matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. So I'll quickly have a few comments and questions, if I may, and then I'll hand back to Councillor White, who's got another thing she wants to address. First of all, we heard last night that there's 1,582 expected residential lots to be achieved in Southwest Rocks area by 2041. And my quick reading of the numbers is that we're way past 2/3 of that amount already. Mr. Jackson, have we got any update on those numbers that have already been approved but not built on?
No, Mr. Specific number there, as I suggested, given that some of these approvals are quite long-standing. Where they fit into that approval process is not 100% clear. So we'll
Yep.
need to do some bit more accounting on that one.
Right. So I'll make the point that the planning in New South Wales by the New South Wales Planning Department is a bit of a shambles, and it imposes, and I use the word carefully, it imposes on councils requirements to have DAs developed, but and lots available for housing into the future. But just because a DA has been approved and is sitting there as a zombie doesn't mean that there will be a developer come along and spend the money and putting in the infrastructure and the roads and all the requirements of a subdivision. So council can only do so much, and the expectation on us in the North Coast Plan is just unreasonable, and it imposes on us what expectation is from the city. Probably 90% of new immigrants want to live in Sydney, Newcastle, or Wollongong. They don't want to come to regional areas, and yet we're having to change our planning laws according to this actual application for a gateway. And the reason used, it's in the document, is that it fits in with the North Coast Regional North Coast Plan, the 2041. So it doesn't connect for me, and I really don't see the rush for us to have smaller blocks. We already have a subdivision approved out at Crescent Head that's got 700 to 800 square metre blocks. I reported back from what happened in Forbes, where they have minimum block sizes of 800 square metres. We're in the country. We've got a lot of land. Forming up these houses like we did last month and having dual occupancy and putting a lot of people and a lot of cars in the narrow streets. Kempsey Shire is not the city. And so I disagree with the whole principle of planning in New South Wales in its imposition on us, and we have to push this through for a gateway determination by people in the city, and it comes back to us, and they have an overarching plan to impose as many housing blocks across New South Wales, not just Kempsey Council. So we're having this imposition on us, and it's not answering our local needs. Local councils should be looking after the local needs, and I don't see this need for a rush to put in even more subdivisions when we already have so many approved out at South West Rocks. With that, I'll hand back to Councillor Wyatt with another final point, please.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to address the environmental that I had, and following on from Councillor Baines and Ferguson's stormwater concerns. So here, this planning proposal is basically seeking approval for 250 lots, 500 square metres, and we'll do that via amending our LEP. For me, and just the discussion I heard, this is backwards. This process, I mean, I know what ideologically, I think this is backwards, because the bulk of the work should be done at this stage. The bulk of the work around engineering controls to prevent what Councillor Bain and Councillor Ferguson are doing should be done now. You know, because hang on, the bulk of the work, particularly around the engineering control to control water flowing downhill over concrete and asphalt, that should be done now, because a planning proposal will change the zoning, and that sets out the intent. The intent that there will be 250 houses on that site. It's a light green light of approval for the long-term vision. It's stage one in probably 3 stages of approval, and it's not addressing the really high needs right now, which are those engineering controls to prevent water to slow down water that will be running over concrete and asphalt. I mean, I like the comments that Councillor Riddington made around a mixture of houses and allotment sizes. That makes sense to me. You know, back in 2004, when it was a lot of bushland out there were proposals to have 1,400 houses in this saltwater lagoon area where we're talking about now. And I think it was owned by the one person, and that's like from Arakoon Road to Bella Connor Phillip Drive. So that bit in there. And there was a small group of people formed back in the day called the Friends, I think it was the Friends of Save Southwest Rocks or the Friends of Southwest Rocks. And they gave a voice to some of the ecological water catchment and to raise awareness of the long-term impact on what 1,400 houses in that natural system can look like. That's weeds, bushfire, and the bushfire report that they talked about. You've got I think it's 15,000 hectares of national park right on their doorstep. You have a fire start in Crescent Head, it will be in Southwest Rocks like that. And in 2002, that entire ridgeland burnt from a fire that started down around Hat Head. It'll be there like that. And then the sedimentation of the lagoon and pollution. And they also sort of raised concern about flooding and water inundation, about building in that low-lying area. I mean, it's at the bottom of a hill and it's in acid sulfate soils. And at the bottom of the hill, naturally, you have the lagoon. Ground. I mean, an interesting comment about hardening surfaces to control stormwater drain. Vegetation is a natural barrier to dissipate energy flows and to prevent scouring and to disperse the water, whereas constructed drains just channel the water and increase the energy flow and increase the water. Do an experiment. Do a bit of an experiment on a hill. Get some concrete beside the grass and see what happens to the water. Vegetation, natural vegetation slows it all down. I just want to acknowledge now that we've got Southwest Rocks who are, continuing this momentum and for their commitment and advocacy at the state level to protecting those values. But we know time and time again that Land Environment Court and the state government have stepped in above local and regional decision makers, and the developers are able to use environmental legislation and case law to find loopholes or to reconsider their proposals or to cut them down into smaller lots. They're able to use the law. The law is not, well, I'll say, don't worry about it. With those 1,400 houses, following a lot of state government and Ellie's Land Environment Court overrode a lot of local and regional decisions. There was a joint panel back in, I think it's maybe the mid-2000s, where the joint panel decided not to proceed with the development. So the developer just went away, then reconfigured their land, put it through, Land Environment Court overruled it. Like, that's a local and a regional decision. We saw that recently too with the planning proposal that council put up. Our community said that they wanted 8.5 metres across that whole landscape. 92% of people said, we support that. The state government overturned it for 8%. 8% said no. Is that right?
The 3 sites, yes.
Yeah, 3. Yeah. I asked the question yesterday, what will the area look like in 10 to 20 years? And this has been my concern from day one, having worked out there, is what will that environment look like in 10 to 20 years? The environmental planning law looks at today. It doesn't look like what's going to happen in 20 years. You go around any urban area that is natural bushland, that peri-urban area, that interface area, that is where a lot of damage happens. That is where a lot of edge effects occur. Saltwater Lagoon is part of Hat Head National Park and includes a couple of 100 metres around the edge of the lake. Prior to any of the developments, it was in a really good ecological condition. Some of those long-term impacts include encroachments where people they just want to extend their yard, or they want to dump and they just want to extend their yard, or they put chairs out there, they mow the lawns, rubbish dumping, cats and dogs, firewood collection, riding bikes, siltating the water, deoxygenating the water, killing aquatic species. These are all long-term impacts of what will happen there. I mean, I think this is fruitless, me saying this, but I feel it makes me feel better for saying it. I find it rather odd that an objective of this planning proposal was to reinstate the Melaleuca quinquenova as a vegetation type by creating stormwater drains and open spaces. Melaleuca quinquenova is a wet species. It likes being in moist areas. It is across that landscape. And whilst it's not a koala food tree, it's definitely a tree that koalas have been seen to live in, particularly around Goolwa and around Arakoon. And I agree with what Councillor Riddington said. Yeah, species move. They're not like plants. They're not stagnant. You can't go out there one day and say there's no koala there, because tomorrow there could be. And just finally, I am really one positive thing about this development is their objective 2 on page 21 of their planning proposal says that it won't be affordable or low cost housing. I am so glad that they have said that. That is 100% true. And I'm glad that we're not having that argument, because it will not be low cost housing and it will not be affordable for most people. But there's an interesting point there that says it can provide for secondary dwellings. I'm not sure that to me sort of does mean dual occupancy. Yeah.
Granny flats.
That's my environmental spiel. But I have 3 questions, please. 2 questions.
Yes.
So in the recommendation, number 2 says request that the State Planning Department issue council with written authorization to exercise the plan. Does that mean to amend so it doesn't go out onto public display? So we're asking them to change the LEP now.
Mr.
What does number 2 mean?
Number 2 allows that we are able to determine the plan after going through the planning proposal process.
Okay.
You may recall that there have been other planning proposals where the minister has not given that delegation. So after doing consultation, we've had to return the report and everything to the minister for them to exercise that, and delegate the to make the plan. However, the normal process is that they say, if you follow our process, you can then come to a conclusion at the end, and council will determine and make that delegation.
Second question, Councillor White.
Microphone.
Okay, start again, please, Councillor
Okay, yeah.
White.
Additionally, conclusion in the report says additionally, the proposed development will not place unallocated demands on infrastructure provision resulting from intended future land use, and any additional costs arising from road upgrades would be negotiated with the proponent at the development application. What does this mean? Does that mean that an extra 250 houses out there will not place more demand on infrastructure that is already stressed? I was under the impression that infrastructure out there like water, sewer and roads and transport networks is not adequate.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, yeah, the water and sewer planning has already taken into account the numbers and the forecasts of this, as it's been known through those previous planning documents, and the additional costs arising from road upgrades, such as the roundabout onto our road, and all of the roads that are being constructed within the development are going to fall onto the developer.
Okay, so that's based on forecast, not actual.
That's it.
Sorry, who pays and who pays for those? So the developer will pay for the roads, and they will pay a little bit in developer contribution costs. But who's paying for the sewer and water upgrades?
The water and sewer contributions will be levied on all of these properties. So, and it's all part of the forecasts of the growth in this area.
Thank you, Councillor White. Do we have Councillor Ferguson?
Can I still make comment? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I still make comment about the amendments, please? Or no, we're not. We're past that.
Yes. Well, we're actually not. You can
we're still in
make them.
committee.
We're still in committee. You can make comments about them, but when we come out, I'm going to be asking Councillor White to formally move that amendment, and Councillor Riddington will formally accept it, and then we can debate those parts as well. And Councillor Saul has also foreshadowed an alternative motion. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I have full respect for Councillor White's expertise on heritage reports. I'm not discrediting anything there, but I just find point 4, it to me discredits staff who have already deemed this report as satisfactory, saying it's no longer satisfactory. And I'm just wondering whether we could include something a little bit softer, just to say notes additional information that could be included into future heritage reports or something like that.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington.
I'm sorry. Can I please just ask a bit of a procedural thing? So we need to go out of committee as a whole.
Yes.
Then we vote on Councillor White's amendment.
No, we don't vote.
What do we do?
She moves it, and you may or may not accept it. If you don't accept it, we need to get a seconder, and then we debate the amendment, which includes your original one. If you do accept it, we just debate that, and we have another amendment foreshadowed. So that's the procedure at the moment, Councillor Riddington.
Okay, thanks.
So If there's no, Councillor Patterson, you wish to speak? We're still in the committee of the whole, so you may
just
speak
still
again. Thank
committee of
you.
the whole. Just more information for other councillors that are here. As you know, I've been a council for a long time, and Councillor Saul as well. I have seen a draft plan of this covering the whole area 10 years ago. I have seen this in early planning for South West Rocks development, which was involved around the sewer system out there. That is a sewer system that can be added on to the level that's been allowed to. You know, this is not uncontrolled development. This is development that has been planned for a lot of years. I do question the thing about low cost housing or affordable housing. Believe it or not, it is affordable for some people. I have a family member who lives in Sydney who just happens to be in the worst house in the best street with a land value of $4.5 million. When they sell that, this is low cost housing, no matter what this is up here. So people, if we're talking about affordable housing, you know, based on this plan application, you know, people in the local people who don't come from those places that have those large property values won't be able to look at beachside suburbs for their first venture into purchasing houses, etc. You know, they'll have to look more west, like, you know, buy an old house and do it up, or buy a subdivision in a subdivision that is a half an hour's drive from the beach. So you know, I really think that we need to be aware that this has been coming for a long time. This has not been something that just came on the books yesterday. This is not something that we should be going shock horror. What's this doing here? This is being planned. So I support the original motion, Councillor Saul's amendment, which is the original motion. I do not support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Just so you understand, the local environment plan actually says this is R5 at the moment, and that the plan you're talking about would have still had it at R5. So it wasn't actually planned other than to be 1 hectare blocks back when you saw that first plan. So this is a change to the LEP is what we're forwarding for a gateway determination.
As needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to come out of meeting of committee of the whole? Councillor Spain, thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson, thank you. Any dissent? There's no dissent. I'll ask Councillor Wyatt to formally move her amendment, and then I'll ask Councillor Riddington whether she accepts it. At times,
I mean, I make a
getting
comment
frustrated.
about it.
Yes.
Just want to add into number 5. So after contemporary standards, comma, community and First Nations people's expectations. Yeah, so after standards, comma, yeah, got it. Yeah, cool. I think this, huh? Yeah, that's good, thank you.
So you've moved the amendment, Councillor. Well, you're not speaking to it yet. Okay. Councillor Riddington, do you accept the amendment into your motion?
So have you finished with your amendment? No, she hasn't finished with her amendment.
That's what I'm thinking out loud. Yeah.
We need a decision.
Yeah,
sometime
if it makes it more palatable, I'm happy to take number 4 off and just leave number 5. Does that make it more palatable? Or I can foreshadow, or I can foreshadow
a notice of motion.
a notice of a motion that just has number 5. So we vote on this one and then foreshadow one that just has number. No, I don't know.
So you wish to
I'm happy to take. This is on YouTube, so it's out there anyway.
So taking 4 out and
leaving 5.
5 will become the new 4.
Yep.
Have you finished your amendment, Thingo?
She's not speaking to it yet, but would you accept that into your motion without the new 4?
Yeah, I would accept it, but I don't think it needs to be made more palatable. I would accept it because I think that seems quite fair. Yes, I would. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I could be pedantic about the language, but I won't.
Yeah,
Equals,
for me, it's important. I mean, it's on YouTube, so it's acknowledged that I feel that the report is not satisfactory.
Yes.
And in terms of the Aboriginal people having spoken, they actually haven't, because it hasn't gone out on public display yet. So yeah, no one's spoken about it. I'm just using my position on this council and an understanding of my professionalism, which we all bring our professional expertise in here. I mean, a couple of councillors in this room remind us all the time that they've been here for 10, 20, 15 years. So I'm just using the knowledge available to me and this is my life skills to make an informed decision here. So it has not been out for public display. But yeah, look, I do think this is, we can role model here, we can lead here, and we can go to these to the consultant and say, can you please improve your standards that acknowledges contemporary Aboriginal cultural heritage, cultural safety and protocols, which the state government itself is implementing. It's as simple as that. I'm asking council to work with the consultant to improve the Aboriginal Heritage Report in the interests of the environment, the culture and the Aboriginal people, their cultural safety and protocols.
We've got that. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Sewell, do you wish to
I have
withdraw?
a question, please.
You're not withdrawing your foreshadowed motion? No.
I just want to ask a question if I may.
Okay,
first.
yes.
Then just to clarify, so I understand where we stand, please. Again, a question back to the staff through the mayor. With number 4, please, can that be further clarified? Does that affect, will that slow things down? Will that make it difficult to work with? Or that's just, I just want some comments, please, to, in my own mind, to clarify what ramifications are number 4, to make sure we're not hindering, to make sure we're not going to be allowing this to be turned around and of course, I don't want to cause offence to the chap who's given the report either. I think that gentleman has done wonderful work in the past, and we don't want to be seen to be in any way making light of his work here and previously.
Yes.
So just, Mr Mayor, just through the staff, please, some commentary on this. Would you,
Mr Jackson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. No, as sort of outlined earlier, this will occur in parallel. So item 1 and 2 essentially, well, items 1 to 3 essentially are the process of going through the gateway. So this will go off to the planning department. They will do their reviews. They will make those determinations. And in the meantime, and in parallel, we will raise this matter with the consultants and with the developer so that they can look into any actions they might take to improve this. Once we've got the gateway determination from the minister or from the planning department, we then actually go out to referrals to the various agencies, and it's perfectly within the remits of several of those agencies to question the validity of this report and other reports and request more information or changes, or even make determinations that they'll give an approval subject to A, B or C. So no, it won't slow down the process at this stage.
Councillor Bain, please.
Martin, Mr Mayor, I would like to speak in favour of the motion as it stands. We are bound by legislation, and I understand the frustration that can cause, that causes, but we need to work within the framework of current legislation. Yes, we may have a desire to change that, but we've got to deal with the reality of what the legislation as it stands. This is going out to community consultation, so there's going to be ample opportunity there'll be ample opportunity for community engagement and consultation with this. And I'd just like to talk about affordable housing. What is the definition of affordable housing? That doesn't mean that only people of certain level of wealth can afford a house, it means that the housing costs, your housing costs are approximately 30% of your gross income. That's the definition of affordable housing. It's not about land values in other places. It's about a direct relationship between the percentage of your wage, of your gross income that is spent on housing. Yeah, I support the amendment. I think we really do need to work together to increase understanding of Aboriginal heritage and the requirements. And I think it's a really it adds to that. It adds a dimension to the notice of motion. And I understand we don't want to keep building smaller and smaller lots, but if that's what the market wants, that's the way the current system is set up. So environmental protection, green spaces are good, but and it's the market that decides what's going to happen under our current in our current way that things work. So thank you very much. That's all.
No further speakers. Councillor Riddington, would you like to close debate, please?
Am I closing debate on this, or are we going? We've gone out of committee of the whole, haven't we?
Yeah, this is the
Okay.
resolution that you
Right.
moved.
Yeah, yeah.
And so there's no further speakers. We're having you close it, then we'll vote.
Okay. I do.
Excuse me, Councillor Riddington, Councillor Saul, you were
Mr.
foreshadowing, but you
Just making sure that was understood, that's all.
Yeah,
Thank
you withdraw. Thank you very much.
No, I just want to make sure, I still wish to foreshadow, that's all.
Yes.
Oh, do I,
So you're going to foreshadow something or not? Or you're going to move an amendment?
Mr. Mayor, if possible.
on
If that's
this,
happening, or have to wait until it's done. My amendment would be the original motion if that's,
Right. Yeah, I've got
If it's-
some advice from Mr. Thorogood.
I'm a bit lost.
You're foreshadowing this alternate motion, the
Yes.
original, and that will only occur if this motion is defeated.
Just
Okay,
clarify, thank you.
so Councillor Riddington, you close debate on this and we'll then vote.
I feel like I'm in a really difficult position on this one, because if I, or if council votes this one down, then we go back to the original one, and then we do it all over again. And then we've got the loss of the improved Aboriginal heritage report. So this is like a catch-22 to me. So if I vote this one down, then that's the opportunity for councillor Saul to go back to the original one, and then we vote on that.
That's how
Yeah.
this democracy works. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, but I'm in a quandary because I don't want to vote for this.
Okay. but
So
you-
I'm just going to say, thank you. Let's close debate and have a vote.
Thank you very much, Councillor Riddington. I will now ask for anyone who dissents from the motion before us, please. Raise a hand. The motion that's on the screen now is what we're voting on. Clarify it again for you all. Put your hands down. We're voting on this one on the screen, which includes the amendment moved by Councillor White, number 4, and it's the one that Councillor Riddington just closed debate on. So I want to know whether you support or don't support. If you don't support it, you are voting against it. You are dissenting. So if you are dissenting, would you put your hand up, please? So I'll declare it carried. Yes, Councillor, those are the 3 that voted against it. Councillor Butterfield, you voted for it according to the original time that I put the motion. You're now changing your vote after I had ruled, I guess. And Councillor White, you voted against it. And Councillor Patterson and Councillor Saul, you both voted against it. There's 3 against it at the moment. You want to change your vote, do you, Councillor Butterfield?
Take whichever way you want it to stand, the first or second one, because I personally don't care whether this one goes through or the other one, because it's council's going to work with the Aboriginal community and the rest of it either way.
Yeah.
So
So we'll declare, I declare it carried. Okay,
you.
with that the voting there in front of us. And with that carried, we now move on to 10.2, which is the Mission Lower Macleay Flood Risk Management Study and Plan. And I welcome a member of that reference group in the gallery, and also Councillor White, who was on the panel as well. We have a recommendation before us. Do we have a mover, please? If Councillor White, you'll move it. If you didn't, I was going to. As well, Councillor White, that the committee meets at least once a year. You accept that? I'll just see those changes in the motion. So while that's being put up, the General Manager and his staff will work out how to keep the committee going. If this is voted in favour of it, that's part of his job to enact it. So he'll work out people on the panel. He might decide to ask the present members, or he might put out notifications for new people. So meets once a year. Councillor White, you happy with that? Sorry? Yeah, me. So, Councillor White, do you wish to speak to him?
I just want to say yes. Local councils were responsible for managing the existing, continuing and future flood risk for the Shire in accordance with the state government flood risk management plan. And this is another example of sort of services and responsibilities that local governments are responsible for, in addition to your stock standard rubbish and roads and things like that. So this is it's a statutory requirement. And obviously flood preparedness, response and recovery is vitally important to the people of Kempsey Shire. And we've seen unprecedented floods in recent years. And thankfully that there are state government programs to exist that will help us fund, because these are very expensive and very complex issues to fund. It's also worth noting that the 2022 flood inquiry made 28 recommendations, which included factors to increase organisation capacity to better plan, manage, respond and recover from flood emergencies, and it also included the establishment of the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I think our catchment is, or the floodplain rather, is 500 square kilometres. It's massive, and the catchment itself is 11,500 kilometres. The objectives of this report were to update previous flood modelling, to understand the impacts and consequences of flooding to the community, to develop a list of recommended and prioritised physical works and strategic planning for flood risk mitigation, and some assistance with developing guidelines for future and proposed developments. I've been involved in many floodplain groups in the past, and what was really pleasing to see with this one was that second objective, which was to understand the impacts and consequences of flooding to the community. So we looked at, so they had the cost of private and public assets, and I thought that was a really good one. I'd not seen that in a really good idea of what the cost is for business, for homeowners, for residents, for ratepayers, as well as public assets.
And farmers.
And farmers, yeah. Agriculture, yeah. Flood risk management considered, so the risk management measures considered social, economic and cultural and ecological impacts. As I said, there's some really good data on the cost of private and public infrastructure. The mitigation was divided into property modification measures, response modification and engineering designs. There's 13 location-based option for the flood engineering or modification options. You can have a read of that in the report. There's 13 of them. And there's about 16 property and response measures. Again, you can have a read of those. I want to acknowledge the speaker yesterday talked about grants and the depreciation and cost. And as I said before, there's nothing cheap about these works, but we need to future-proof as best we can our towns and the floodplain and the businesses, our public and private assets. And plans like these enable state government to compete with other state governments to compete for state and federal grants, as I doubt very much that these will be funded, let alone be able to be afforded to be funded by council's own revenues, such as rates, user fees and charges. And I want to thank I had to attend 2 of these committees online as I had COVID, but I want to thank the reference group for their input and discussion, and the consultants for some really technical work, and to Grant Dennis, the project manager, for their skills in getting this all together. This to go out to public display and have a read of the options. That's probably the easiest part to read. The rest is rather technical.
Thank you, Councillor White, and I support what you just said. It's really important that the expertise in the room and also the consultants that came to the meetings were quite challenging in getting the result we have, in that there were so many issues that were put up, including the costing of things. Like, one of the options was to dig out the whole of the Mackay River, and that would cost a fortune. And the consultants found that it would have some effect, but when the big flood comes, it's not going to change much in the flood height that would be going into the surrounding areas of the Lower Macleay, including into houses. So you've got to balance the cost of something to possibilities, and the report that's come out covers that really well, and with a whole lot of options. Just speaking very quickly to the ongoing, having an ongoing flood risk management committee is a good thing, in that we're having people who are farmers on the Lower Macleay, people who live in the area, who've got that technical knowledge about how floods perform. They can come together in this new committee that is in the motion, and seeing that I can see where the staff are saying, well, there's no issues yet before us, but issues could develop with the next flood that could be next week. And that committee should be able to be brought together and give input into council's undertaking. In fact, the consultant on page 124 of their report in volume 1 says implementation of the plan should be monitored by the flood reference group. If we don't create it, it won't be monitored. So I think it's a good step forward to have this committee. It's meeting at least once a year. If there's a lot of issues that come up, it'll come back to the general manager and his staff to decide to have more frequent meetings. But at the moment, at least once a year is a good move to be able to consult with people who are impacted by flooding on the Lower Macleay. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge as well the staff and all those people that are involved in the committees, etc., that were involved in this management plan study plan. Quite a few things that come to mind in this, and also acknowledging the massive catchment that Macleay River has. From, I think all councillors were at the Slim Dusty Centre when we had that big map put out on the ground. That really, really puts in perspective what we as Macleay residents need to deal with in managing flood risk. I've got a couple of questions about this plan, just to understand its implications, possibly through to one of the directors, Mr. Mayor, is the building restrictions from this management study plan. Would it have implications in building restrictions of areas in the Lower Macleay now that we've applied this new plan, which has application of higher levels of flood?
Good question. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. Jackson, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The no, there's nothing specifically in here regarding restricting the use of lands. The lands, you know, the council's adopted late last year flood planning levels. That is really where the restrictions regarding use of lands is. This is mainly around mitigation measures. So whilst so protecting the lands that are there and protecting existing properties. So existing properties are really what's being protected under a lot of these items, because many of those properties that exist now wouldn't be permitted to be built under current planning levels.
Microphone, please, Councillor Patterson.
Again, is there any implications with this in combination to the adoption of those flood levels back then of insurance implications for those landowners, householders, etc., in our flood area, noting that council has also adopted the extra height level? Is it called the biblical level above 100 year? BMF, yeah. So, is there a and I'm only asking this question because I have heard that in Penrith, for instance, that there was implications on insurance for those landholders.
Yes, well, I can quickly answer that one as well. The determination of insurance costs comes back to the actuarial studies of insurance companies, and they'll take on board any sort of information that they have to make those determinations. So they'll be looking at this report without a doubt and deciding whether they need to increase or decrease depending on what's there. But it's a issue that is beyond council's control on insurance. We don't determine insurance levels, but the insurance companies are going to step up for sure, Councillor Patterson, and look at this report.
Yeah. Of business owners and family business owners, property owners, people with cattle, etc., that will have to. This could be a good and a bad thing. A good thing that there's a management plan. A bad thing that it's going to cost more. Implications with insurance. I've got a couple more questions. Okay, if one of them is if these models, which this is based on modelling. If these modelling over the next 400mm increase in the next 25 years and a 900mm increase, which is nearly a metre up to the year 2100, is there a way that and I'm only just asking this question as a landowner councillor, is there a way that this can be updated on a 5-yearly calendar to mitigate the fact that they may happen at that rate or it may not happen at that rate? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. We will be updating these figures across the years, potentially not on a 5-year basis because it's quite a big study and quite expensive. However, certainly within a 10-year period, you would have any change. And this is based on the current scientific data and forecasts. As those things evolve, and they do, we've moved from right through, and that it'll be evaluated across that period.
One last question. In the because I never attended any of those committee meetings, but was part of this brief and noting that this is quite a long study. Was part of this brief understanding how to read the flood levels on a timing basis to allow for the fact that because I've unfortunately been in quite a few of them over the years and reading the levels from like above Bellbrook right through Tamagog, Taruka, Turner's Flat, understanding the levels up there, if they continue rising and they're still rising at Taruka and Tamagog, and that we're going to be in trouble. So as a business person, I use that to read myself that, okay, let's just say, for instance, it's 5 metres at Turner's Flat, but it's dropped 3 metres at Bellbrook, to understand that sort of location, that there is ability to understand that flood modelling.
Thank you, councillor. Mr. Jackson, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. There is that ability, and there's a lot of the community members are quite clear on how we expect floods to come down from the upper reaches. However, there are moments. And this particular modelling was calibrated to a more recent event, so to 2021 flooding, calibrated the readings that we had versus what happened. However, there is the thing of not being too complacent in that. Again, sorry, it is this climate change modelling and the additional intensity of rain events which can happen up the catchment. And one of the examples, most recently, the rain hit off to the left of the catchment in a particular valley, hit very hard and actually came in without giving us all those triggers upriver, because it actually hit lower down in our catchment, but off to the side, came down a valley, and suddenly, people who were waiting to hear a reading from further upriver suddenly got a really big one, a bit of scare, because it can come in from the side. So there's a lot of variables in there, and we need to be careful not to be too complacent, because the standard, it'll take so many days to come down from Armidale, doesn't apply if it hits with great intensity somewhere else.
Which is the modelling, and that's great, and I endorse this. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Patterson. Any further speakers, councillor Saul?
A question, Mr. Mayor, please.
Yes.
Just to clarify, it may have to go through yourself to the acting GM. Again, on page 18, the author of the report states that it's recommended to only form a new reference group when the new matters to be reviewed. That sort of is different to what our motion is above. So the question is, Mr. Mayor, are we going beyond necessary, or is it going to be? The author said that not necessary. Why are we then continuing to meet once a year?
As I said when I spoke to Councillor Saul, it's part of the consultants' report that they meet and be able to consider issues. The council staff have said we don't need to do that, but there's a quandary, and I'm supporting the motion that Councillor Wyatt has moved, that we do have that committee meet at least once a year.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So I was a bit concerned about the clarification on that. We have the author saying yes, no, and then another saying yes. So that's why it's seemed a bit.
This is advice from council staff. We can take that advice. We can take advice from the consultants, or we can make our own decisions. We make the final decisions, and that's what we're doing here.
Very good.
Thank you. Did you want to add to that? No. Thank you. Councillor Bain, please.
Marangu, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to speak in favour of this as well. I welcome that the addition of point 3, as I think the community involvement and the local knowledge is really, really important and powerful. Speaking to landowners in the area, the importance of diverting water quickly as possible, and I understand that we can only manage the hydrology up to flooding levels of a certain point, and once it passes that point, it's out of our hands. But the idea of reducing black water events, which create fish kills and damage pasture. I welcome the information in the report regarding acid sulfate, managing acid sulfate soils when they're constructing higher roads, but also that the council guideline of 1.5 metres depth of digging is sufficient to address that problem. I thought it was interesting reading about the evacuation plans, about the limiting the number of aged care residents, daycare in those flood risk zones, because they're much harder, are much more challenging to create evacuations. Another interesting thing on housing was noting that if there was a voluntary buyback scheme, that those are often taken up more by owner occupiers, whereas people that are landlords in those areas kind of see it as being a bit of a bonus. Oh, well, we can sell it we can sell it off if we need to. So that leaves tenants in a much more vulnerable position. And I understand the complexity of dealing with the hydrology of a catchment, which is 11,450 square kilometres, in a time of changing climate and increasing sea levels and increasing intensity of rainfall. I understand it's modelling, but modelling is a scientific method of how we develop prediction. Yeah, so I think ongoing contribution by community, thanking everyone that was involved in this and thanking all the people that have informed the development of this report. I also found it really useful being at a meeting at Head a while back about flood risk and management and talking to community. I think Director Jackson was there too, about how to develop and plan for evacuation. I think those are areas we can continue to improve. Thank you very much to all involved in the preparation of this report.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. No further speakers. Councillor White, would you like to close?
I'll close the debate. It's going on public display. Let's vote.
Thank you very much. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. Move to 10.3. Electric vehicle charging fees and charges. And this is a recommendation that we put the report on public exhibition. As you read in the background, whenever we impose a fee, we've got to put it on public exhibition for 28 days, and people may have input on the suggested charges on that exhibition. May want to put up suggestions for 60 cents per kilowatt hour instead of 25 cents. So that's will come out of the submissions, I presume. Councillor Bain, would you like to move it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder, please. Councillor Riddington. Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I support the support this notice of motion. I've been having a look and deepening my understanding of EV charging, and I've actually, it has been brought up to me by members of the community that there is a lack of charging infrastructure in our area. We only have the two 22 kilowatt charging stations, one at Slim Dusty Centre, one at Back Beach, and I'm looking at 22 kilowatt is considered a level 2, so that's a public charging station. Level 1 would be at home, and the costs range from 25 cents to 40 cents a kilowatt hour, depending on what time of your day you do it, because those electricity charges are more variable. The level 2 is it's called a fast charge, but it's not fast, so it might take 3 to 4 hours to charge a vehicle, and level 3, which are the fast chargers, can charge up to 70 cents, 80 cents a kilowatt, because people want to, everything happens faster nowadays. I had a little bit of, after listening to the presentation last night from Mr. Kay, I had a look at what our neighbouring areas are charging. Port Macquarie Hastings, interestingly, is 30 cents a kilowatt. They've got two different charging strategies. One's a super fast, and one's a slow, like a real slow one, much slower than ours. So they've kind of gone down a centre line, and they've split the difference between and taken an average, I guess. I'm not quite sure about how whether we should be looking at them for our financial sustainability guidance or not, but that's another point. So I think 25 cents a kilowatt is a fair call. It's a fair, it's a good starting point, and I think I take on board that but we need more EV charging. We need to create that infrastructure because it's a growth area, and it may well be something that could be of interest of a potential revenue task force if council decides to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I support this electric vehicle charging fees and charge. And I think Councillor Butterfield raised a point last night, and I think it was a really good one, that we are in the middle between Port Macquarie and Coffs Harbour, and we only have two. And we really should not be pricing ourselves out of any kind of market. I'd like people to stop off, go to the Slim Dusty Centre, come into Southwest Rocks, go into town, Kempsey. So I think that's a really good point. I think 25 to 30 cents is probably very reasonable, depending on the actual speed of the charging station. Are we going to be also looking at, and this is a question probably for Mr. Jackson, are we going to be looking at those ones that have got the telegraph pole ones? I think Port Macquarie's doing a trial, and I think, are we going to do a trial at Crescent Head? I'm hearing that. I don't know whether that's correct.
I think you have to be invited by Essential Energy to take part in the trial. But Mr. Jackson, do you have any further information?
Yeah, I'm not aware of if we're going to be in that trial initially.
I just heard it on the radio.
Yeah, so I'd have to confirm that. Our
Thank you.
sustainability officers are off today, but we're certainly looking at other locations for chargers. But however, fast chargers and things, they're very expensive to implement and require a lot of work through Essential with substations and things, which really do price them out of our market. And also getting them into areas that are 24 hours, such as a service centre, is definitely the way to go, because, you know, you're going to sit there in your car for half an hour in an isolated area at night.
That would do that.
So that's why our chargers are in locations that really are daytime specific. Obviously, you can use Back Creek, but, you know, depends if you want to sit there with your family.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be sure, Councillor Bain, there's no charges at Back Beach. You said that earlier, sorry. It's Back Creek at South East Rocks.
Sorry, Back Creek. My apologies.
I've got Councillor Saul to speak, then Councillor Wyatt, and then Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two questions, please. The first being, in the report, it says there they've installed using grant program funds. Is that entirely 100%, or is that council funds used as well? May I ask, please?
Mr. Jackson.
I believe they were there was a grant funding, there was some council contribution. So the current, I don't have the exact figures for those ones, but from the current grant opportunity that's around, essentially they're about a $13,000 to $15,000 installation, and the cost to council is about $3,000 to $3,500.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the second question, if I may, please. How much usage so far had they incurred? How much usage of by the public of these charges, please?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, sorry, I'll have to get back to you with the specific figures. They are being utilised, but some has been reported they can be used all day. But yeah, I'd have to get back to you with the specific figures.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White, please.
Yeah, I have quite a few questions. Just as I was reading the report, these are the things that sprang to mind. How was the 25 cents chosen?
Mr. Jackson.
I believe our officers did some research regarding the surrounding areas, and as Councillor Bain mentioned, the Port Macquarie was around the 30 cents, but for a range of technologies. People such as Tesla, they offer, you know, we're talking 22 kilowatts is our charger. A Tesla version 2 charger is 120 kilowatts, and a version 3 charger is 250 kilowatts. So we're offering 22. They're charging between 60 and 80 cents for, you know, many orders of magnitude higher than our offering. So yeah, I think 20, 25, perhaps up to 30 is possibly more in the range for these charges, but obviously we'll take public submissions on that and also do further research and confirm.
Councillor White.
I'm really not familiar with this industry at all. Like, how does, but I do know that they're not universal designs. So how does council choose? How did you of EV installers or chargers rather to install?
Mr. Jackson.
Also not an expert in the field. Many of my cars are over 50 years old. However, I believe there's a limited number of plug types, and certainly the non-Tesla vehicles do carry various. I know one of our staff members here has a vehicle which has he can plug into a charger for a Tesla charger, or also into one of these chargers. He's got the appropriate equipment. Obviously, people carry their own adapters if they don't have one.
Thank you, Councillor White.
And are they? I presume there's an app. There's an app that says there's chargers and what type of fittings they have. Yeah. So when-
if you download the app Plug Share, you'll see where all the
Okay,
ones are
yeah,
and
yeah.
what who's
Oh,
being
you've got
charged
one.
at this moment.
Oh yeah, you've got one.
I've got the app. I don't have a car.
No, is it your cat anyway? So when the Slim Dusty Centre is closed, where else can people charge their cars when they come here?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, look, currently they drive to Back Creek, or if there are any commercial offerings. So the commercial business, as some of you may be aware, Tesla themselves were in contact with us looking for sites to put things in. They were somewhat scared off by the flood levels that go through some of the sites they were suggesting. But yeah, looking with commercial partners to put them, at the end of the day, they fit well into various areas across the, into commercial areas such as service centres.
That was going to be my
And to
next
supplement that,
question about that.
I've seen on Plug Share that Kempsey Central has a DA approved to put in electric vehicle chargers. They have it approved, but they haven't installed anything yet.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question about service centres. So commercial operators, being Tesla, they go and sort of seek out service centres to install. So it's rather than a public, so it's not a public supply good.
Well, I think you'll just, so for instance, they can go into any commercial space. Really, they're looking for places that offer their customers somewhere to do something else while the vehicle is charging. So you'll note, I think there's some at what's the place called? The shopping centre at Thrumster has a set of tests. Sovereign Hills, there we go. Yeah, has a set of Tesla superchargers. But certainly, for anybody travelling, and particularly if you're doing an interstate run, such as we might be in the middle of here in Kempsey, you need toilets and convenience and potentially food and other offerings that you can access 24 hours while you're on the road. Because as you correctly pointed out, Slim Dusty's shut. That option is now gone.
Thank you.
In the sustainability strategy, it does talk about investigating potential for EV charging infrastructure to invest where appropriate. And you mentioned there is a DA for Central Kempsey. So how is that goal being undertaken, and are there any other plans to install, like at the service centres or to the north or Fredericton or something like that?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we wouldn't install in service centres. So realistically, this is the equivalent of a petrol station. So it is another fuel stop. So it is really a market and a commercial enterprise. However, there are some. So we could only really install on council land and council properties or council controlled Crown land. So we are looking at, and there are future rounds of this funding that got those two original in, and we have been looking at several sites. Probably at the moment, the most likely being the South Kempsey Park, with the art gallery, the new pump track facilities. It's really probably about the most logical one that we've got at the moment to pursue for that process.
Thank you.
Did you say before they cost $3,500 to install?
That's the cost to council. They cost about 13 to 15 overall.
I was just curious about the cost of 25 cents. So what is the cyclic maintenance, give or take? What's the cyclic maintenance cost, given that the cost is 25 cents for a user? Is that 25 cents to the council, or is that 25 cents to the electricity supplier? And is there any out-of-pocket expense for Kempsey for council?
In terms of the cyclic maintenance costs, I'd have to get back to you on that. There is an app that we're running that these charges are connected to, so that's the one that you have to get hold of to pay for the usage of the device. The 25 cents will come to us through that app. That app costs us money every month. So yeah, all in all, this is currently not a revenue making exercise at 25 cents a kilowatt, and with two very small charges, we'd need to be running a lot more, but the costs associated with that and just getting electrical supply to those, and that's why council's not ever going to be in the business of running charging stations as a money making exercise.
Yeah, okay, that was what I was going to allude to. So it's a providing a service, and there will be a cost to residents and ratepayers in subsidising that service.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, we certainly will be looking at the values and making sure that this is not a big imposition on ratepayers. Really just trying to cover costs will be the main focus on this one. If we can increase it within, and there is market acceptance to do that, but certainly a 22 kilowatt provision, we're not going to be getting huge customers.
Yeah. So I'm not dishing it. I'm just wanting to explore the fact that it is not a revenue making option and that there are parts of council's business that is purely a service need and a service requirement, this being one of them.
Thank you. Councillor Saul, please. Oh no, Councillor, you've had your go. Sorry, my mistake. Councillor Butterfield, my mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of ones. When you've put the first charger in, or chargers in that you haven't actually.
And certainly at the Slim Dusty Centre with their solar arrays and only being used during the day, it wasn't going to be a big impost on us.
Yeah. And I did do a quick bit of research about all these chargers and different things. And I did download the app earlier today. And on the app, it's like I didn't log in, but I've just off the map, it has got quite a few places. And what I did notice was a lot of the places on the app were hotels and accommodation as such. But there is a wide range of charges from what I could find. I couldn't find a lot that actually listed charges. A lot of them, when you clicked on it, basically sort of told you what sort of charger it was. One that I did notice was a Mackenzie's Type 2, and that was basically what they said was a universal one. So that sort of allows for different vehicles, obviously. And the rapid charges, it says it offers up to 350 kilowatts DC, but that's only two compatible vehicles as well. So so on the app there, a lot of the or one of the studies were done on it. A lot of the public ones are only 11 kilowatts AC. So we are a jump up from that. So maybe we're in the middle there somewhere. And over at Warhope, they got, for a Tesla one, they've got 30 cents a kilowatt for a Tesla charger, and then a flat rate of $10 for charging your caravan, and then 15 for phase 3. I'm not sure where you actually charging for phase 3, but yeah, and then in Rockhampton for rapid charger, 30 cents a kilowatt. So the price differs, over quite a large area. So I think with us sitting around at 25, and I know it's 30 cents for a Tesla one, which is I think quite a fast charger, but I think around that 25, but I'll probably push up to 30 because that seems to be a sort of a ballpark figure for most people that are charging. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. No further speakers? Oh, Councillor White, sorry.
No, Riddington.
Riddington, Councillor Riddington.
Thank you. Just to summarise, I'm really for this. I think it's great, and council really shouldn't be in the business of plonking out charging stations willy-nilly anywhere they
Riddington,
feel
you're
like
asking
it.
a question.
Why can't I talk?
Because we're not in the committee of the whole, and you get to speak once on a matter, and you've already spoken once. That's the
Have I
rules.
spoken about this?
Yes.
I don't think I have. I've not spoken about this once.
Oh, my apologies. I'm making lots of mistakes, and that's what I do. So thank you, Councillor Riddington. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Righto. Okay. So my thinking is great. Well done. Thank you for doing this. I think what it is the attraction for Slim Dusty. Go there, have a look around. Once you're in Southwest Rocks, that's fantastic. Charge up your electric vehicle and stay for as long as you like. That'd be lovely. And maybe we can look at other like holiday destinations, but I think this is great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. No further speakers. Councillor Bain.
Yep, I'll take the opportunity to close debate. And I hadn't realised that there is a potential for, and I had thought there may be a potential for a revenue in this, but it sounds like it's not. But yeah, that's a bit disappointing, really. But we'll I think we can support this for a start, going out onto public consultation. And I understand that council's role is to provide services and to make it attractive to come and spend some time in when people are travelling through, whether that's and I also understand that if you're going to put in EV charging, having it near bulk PV is a really good plan as well. So maybe West Kempsey might be suitable near the council chambers, which has got bulk PV. Anyway, thank you. I ask my colleagues to support this motion.
Councillor Bain, thank you. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Declare it carried. Move to 10.4. Council meeting dates. We should be able to get through this before lunch. We are going to lunch, by the way. Yes. Councillor Saul would like to be the mover of this. He doesn't want a meeting in September, I presume.
Well,
Councillor Saul, before you get to speak to this, do we have a second? Councillor Ring, not wanting to meet in September too. Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Saul.
Well, Mr. Mayor, this is just housekeeping exercise. I believe that the reality is it wouldn't be possible. So without the election being concluded, it's so we're best to hold off until we have a new council sworn in. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And of course, being the only councillor after the election, I might have a one-person council meeting, but that's another story altogether that Mr. Thorogood reckons won't happen.
Mr. Mayor, like administrator.
Thank you very much. If there's no other speakers, I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Declare it carried. Council motion 10.5, it's on page 23, Kempsey Central Wastewater Treatment Plant Project Update. It's from our Director of Utilities, Wes Trotter, and the recommendation that Council receives and notes the report. Councillor Patterson, you would like to move that? Seconder, please. Councillor Ring. Councillor Patterson.
I'd like to acknowledge this project and the update, and could I get a or could we get a response from Mr. Wes Trotter about this project and its update and its requirement?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. Trotter, would you like to update us on your report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So basically, the report was we have had a recent sort of success with some more grant funding. So we received 1.953.5 million towards further investigations and design for the project. So under the Safe and Secure Water Program, we're eligible for 25% of our costs. So basically, that shows that it's about $8 million for the actual work that needs to go into that. That includes all our geotechnical work. So actually, seeing what's in the ground and the constructability of particularly the network and the treatment plants. It also goes towards the actual design that we get from those investigations. And sort of we'll move into I guess, a shelf-ready package to help us really put our case forward for more grant funding in the New South Wales state government and federal government space.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, you have a further question?
Yeah, further question. Through to Mr. Trotter, if it's okay, could you give us a estimate this project is, say, in projects that we've big projects over the last years that I can remember, possibly might be the dam. How does this compare to that? And is this like the project size of the largest project we've had in the last 50 years, say? Where does it rate?
Mr. Trotter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this will be the largest water and sewer project I believe that the Shire has ever undertaken. So this is getting close to that $140 million worth of project. It's very complex. We've spoken a lot today about flooding. So there's a lot of work that we have to do around making that resilient infrastructure. We are connecting 3 schemes into one as well. So basically it's that complex network of getting it to the one location for that treatment process. So yes, I would say it is the largest water and sewer infrastructure project council has ever undertaken.
And just one
Thank you.
last question. The reason we're undertaking this, Mr. Trotter, could you enlighten a little bit more about that, about the age of the current and the reasons why we're doing it, and that we don't really have a choice in this matter?
Mr. Trotter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's many drivers behind the project. Infrastructure age is a key driver. 2 of the facilities are over 80 years old. Because of that and the older designs, we can't meet current environmental license arrangements that we need to meet. So basically from that, council is under a pollution reduction program order from EPA for 2 of the plants, West Kempsey and South Kempsey. So part of those orders is to actually construct the scheme to help with that. So, between 2 of the sites being flood prone, basically it's about a 1 in 10 year flood. They cause serious problems with the actual maintenance and operation of those plants. And we do have tertiary lagoons and sludge ponds that do actually get engulfed by nearby creeks, being Gills Creek and also Christmas Creek. It's to address all those issues.
And one last question.
Thank you. Yes.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the finance for this project, it will involve, once again, you've stated that we've got some grant funding, but it will involve a certain amount of loans that we're going to have to take out. Could you enlighten us on that,
Mr. Jackson? Mr. Trotter, I should say. Mr. Jackson doesn't want to answer that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at this stage, our contribution to the scheme will depend on that grant funding. At this stage, it is a very large amount of borrowings that we don't think council will be able to borrow because of the large actual body of money for this project and the Stewart's Point project. And that's why this body of work is so important to have that our best chance of getting that state or federal grant money to complete this project. So it is a substantial amount of borrowings that are needed.
Thank you, Mr. Trotter, and thank you, Councillor Patterson. Do we have any further speakers? If not, I'll put the motion after. Well, Councillor Patterson, you don't wish to close debate, do you?
I just quickly.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to thank council staff, Mr. Trotter and his section, and also the financial part of council that has been able to put this project together, because not very easily to design and construct a $145 million project. There's so many ups and downs and ins and outs, and I just want to say that I think you guys are doing a great job, and we look forward to this coming to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. I declare it carried. I invite someone to move that we work past 1 p.m. Councillor Bain, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson, thank you. That's a procedural motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Mr. Thorogood, you've got that. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask a question, please?
You may ask a
So,
question.
we're going to keep going to finish this off.
Yeah, but we're going to lunch now.
Oh,
At 12:30, we booked lunch, Councillor Reddington. Sorry about that. So, I'll adjourn the meeting until 1:20. Thank you.
Uh,
Councillor Ring.
Can I just say I have a flight to catch this afternoon, so I may have to leave the meeting before 4 o'clock if it doesn't finish.
Right, thank you. I'll accept your vote. That's a joke. Thank you.
Stream is now live.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back after our luncheon adjournment. We have a couple of councillors missing. No, only one. Councillor Ring apologised and had to leave because she had a flight to attend. So
No, just
is she? Oh, she is coming back. Oh, my mistake again. I make a few mistakes. She's going before we get through the whole thing. Thank you. So we're all back on deck, and we're dealing with the next item on our agenda, which is 10.6, development activity and LEP variations, quarterly snapshot. And the recommendation from council staff is that council receives and notes the report. Councillor Bain, would you like to move that?
Buttingby, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Bain, you wish to speak to it?
Yes, very briefly, Mr Mayor. Yep, I note there's no LEP variations, and that we're a little bit behind on the planning because of the difficulty of getting planning staff, but I believe we're exceeding similar size councils. So great work from our team, and I commend this to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt, please.
I have a few questions, please. Firstly, is this report, is this a calendar year report or an end or a financial year report? Quarterly reports, financial year or calendar year?
This is
Mr. Jackson, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. This is a financial year report, so the year-to-date totals are from June 2023 to June 2024, and this is the quarterly version. There'll be a full year-end wrap-up in the annual report.
Councillor Wyatt, a further question?
Yeah. So there's 298 new dwellings were approved in the year. Is that, are they, do you have a lid on, you won't have it at the moment. Yeah. Do you know how they stack up against those maps and those urban planning or urban release or urban planning areas in the North Coast Regional Plan? I think it's 2041 that identifies the various growthy areas, like 50% for Southwest Rocks, Fredericton, Crescent Head, Stewart's Point. Do you know how that 298 stacks up against those?
We'd have to look into exactly where they all sit. You may recall from previous quarterly snapshots, the bulk of those numbers are in that both in the Rise Stage 1 development and also the C, one of those that had about, we approved stages 7 through to 12, the remainder of that village, which was quite a large number of units. So between those two, they account for a significant proportion of that, nearly 300 units dwelling.
Okay. So they're actually not built yet. They're just DAs for 298. Yeah.
Yeah, these are approvals.
Yep. So you've sort of answered my next question, which was around single homes, or are they scattered throughout? You've answered that question, but I just wanted to, not sure if this is appropriate or not, but there was an article in the local government newsletter about AI, using AI for development approvals. And there was an acknowledgement or development assessment, and I think it was just a development assessment. And there was acknowledgement sort of statewide that there is a big shortage of planners and engineers and all sorts of stuff. So, you know, so a few councils applied for grants for AI to assist them in their approvals. Do you have any, I mean, I think it's, I have mixed thoughts about it. It sort of says, it said in the article that AI will be used to detect whether or not an application is complete, so that an incomplete application can be referred back to an applicant quickly and therefore speed up the process. I mean, do you have any comments or thoughts around AI and the grants that were awarded to those 16 councils? Was Kempsey in the running, or like what are your thoughts around AI in the development assessment process?
Mr. Jackson, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The grants that were available, we didn't make an application for them. We are struggling, as has been noted in a number of these quarterly snapshots, regarding resources, and would prefer to put people on seats to actually physically do those. And obviously working on a project like that requires additional resource to support it and feed it and basically build that software. I think last night I may have used the word bleeding edge. So this is very much the early days of that technology. And yeah, I don't think Kempsey is in a position to devote resources to real sort of bleeding edge work on that AI. When it's been proven, when others have worked through it, we'll certainly have a look at getting it on board if it's going to make a difference and if it's proved its value. But at the moment, we're focusing on getting human resources in to improve these statistics. So hopefully the next quarter will show some improvement across the board.
And I assume through networking with other councils and networking through planners and engineers, you would be kept up to date with any outcomes of those projects and things and industry changes anyway.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, certainly the planning industry as a whole, and particularly across local government, is highly networked. And so, yeah, there will be updates coming out of those trials and those projects, as well as just the conversations between parties.
One more question in regarding performance. How is council's performance tracking in terms of the improvements and where it sits with other local government areas? So is it good, fair, bad? What's your performance?
Mr. Jackson, give us the good news.
Yeah, well, some of you may be aware the planning department has issued what they're calling the council's league table, which actually lists all of the councils across New South Wales, their performance in two areas, one of which is the lodgement process, which is very much the assessment of whether or not we can accept a DA in the first place. So that initial review to accept a DA and issue fee notices, etc. In that respect, we are not performing terrifically. So I haven't looked at it today, but yesterday I looked at it and it said we were at 33 days for that process. Now we know that we had some extensive delays in that initial assessment process. We had some missing staff for some periods of time, and that did fall down. So we're confident we can recoup that. There's probably at least 10 to 15 days that can be improved in that process quite readily, and I expect we will improve on that. And then for the others, yesterday it was 107 days, but today it's 108 days. So we've got an average DA assessment time of 108 days. That's for 221 DAs and $136 million worth of value. So it's quite a substantial sum. The state average is 114 days, so we are better than average across the state, but they do offer the chance to look at regional New South Wales only, and we're 8 days over the average there. So, we're not in a position to boast, but we are not a long way off average. And hopefully, once we've got some new resources in place, we will push this forward and do better than that. So, yeah, we hope to be a lot better than average in the coming months.
Mr. Jackson, could you enlighten us on the flying squads that New South Wales Planning had in place and they've got rid of, but is there any way we can get them back, or are they coming back?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so Department of Planning had offered us flying squad, what they called the flying squad, which was a team of dedicated DA planners who would undertake assessments. And they didn't finalise assessment, so there was still work to be done at our end, but they would undertake the initial reviews and provide a reasonably detailed report that still had to be translated into Kempsey's final DA assessment output and also peer reviewed by our local staff. This service is no longer available, so yeah, we're still working through some of the assessments that they gave us. They did take on, I don't have the exact number, but from memory I suggest just over 20 or so. I can definitely confirm. There may have been more, but yeah, they've done these assessments for us, but that group has been disbanded, and we know that because some of those staff are out there in the job market, which is unfortunate for them, but hopefully a benefit to councils looking for planning staff.
Thank you very much. Is it a fact that the more DAs we approve, the income we get is more readily available to council? I presume we don't just do it at a break-even event. We actually should be making some money on the application process. Would that be correct?
We do charge fees for DAs and DA assessments. It is pretty much a fee for service. There may be some margin in that. So it should cover costs of our planning staff. However, yeah, with our recent shortages, we've been outsourcing DAs as well, and obviously getting the assistance from the flying squad as well has helped. So we've either we have gone to both private consultants to do DAs on our behalf, as well as getting the free service from the flying squad when it was available.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? Councillor Patterson, please.
Just a question on a statement in the background in the actual a quarterly snapshot. It says during the April, May, June quarter, there's been no applications approved which involve a variation in the CLEP. Is that right that the Rosedale Avenue had no variation at all?
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, the Rosedale Avenue did not involve a variation to the CLEP because the only item that was of concern was the minimum lot size, and that was addressed through having a strata. And once the strata came in, there was no minimum lot size. So there were variations to the DCP, which were explained and worked through how they got to those positions. But in terms of the CLEP itself, no, there were no variations.
And just once again, the CLEP being a guideline rather than a rule.
Don't think that's quite right. Councillor, Mr. Jackson?
The DCP is a guiding document, and so where there are prescriptive figures listed and quoted, there are also objectives stated. So you can certainly use your discretion and your innovation to demonstrate that you've met the objectives through different means to meeting the stated quoted figures, whereas the CLEP is actually a legislated item, and the variations to that do need to be signed off within by council or a planning panel, etc., if it's going to be a significant variation.
And just a further question through you, Mr. Mayor, possibly to Mr. Jackson. I have brought this up once before. Is it possible to, I know we're in a budgetary constraint, is it possible to allow a greater remuneration in that area for a determined period of time to get above or over the backlog? Even though you said we're above the state average, but we're not for the rural. Is that something that council ever thinks more about the remuneration of those compliance officers, like the DA compliance building officer?
Mr. Jackson?
Council does have a wage sort of structure and salary structure, and the jobs are assessed against those criteria to come to a banding of salaries. There are market forces, etc., items to go for, but we do benchmark against other councils, and it's really not specifically as obviously greater salary might increase your chances, but this is an industry-wide problem that there are insufficient planners. Certainly the flying squad being disbanded and releasing a crop of planners into the market would be helpful to us. But it's not necessarily the wages that are the issue. It's really just the lack of planners overall coming through the system and coming through the education. So currently we've got 2 trainee planners with their degree costs being covered through a state government grant. So we're doing our bit to try and bring more planners into the market, grow our own, as it were. But it is very much an industry-wide problem of just lack of supply as opposed to a wages issue.
So thinking outside the circle, we have a pretty good product to sell up here, where we live, beautiful Macleay beaches, rivers, mountains, etc. Is there any way that, and I don't know whether we can possibly try and sell our product more so than just the job?
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, I do believe our advertisements, etc., do sort of very much highlight the lifestyle aspects of living here. And, we try as hard as we can to sell the benefits of working in this great region, as well as simply working for council. So I'm sure there's more we could do, but we do, it's been a focus certainly since before I got here, that I know the material that goes out with our job ads really does highlight those lifestyle benefits of actually coming to an area like this, the great benefits of the Macleay. So yeah, we certainly try as hard as we can in that.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you. Just following up on Councillor Patterson's question. There was a new video just released that is absolutely fantastic on the lifestyle of the Macleay, and I think that indeed could be used for recruitment. You know, that one, Ms Davies. So I think that we're punching above our weight when it comes to promoting our region. It's a very, very good video, and I encourage everyone to have a look at it.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. That was a speech in favour or against the motion. Thank you. Any further speeches? If not, Councillor Bain, you wish to close debate?
No.
No, thank you. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Declare it carried. Now go to 10.7, Statement of Cash and Investments. The recommendation from council staff is that council receives and notes the report. Do we have a mover? Councillor Bain, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Riddington.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Councillor Bain.
Mr Mayor, yeah, I'd like to congratulate the staff on the work they're doing with the investment in our of our predominantly tied funds, and note on page 16 of the report that we continue to exceed the bank bill index. So we're again punching above our weight, and 4.72% yield. The weighted average running yield, and yeah, congratulations to the team. Thank you, and I commend this report to my colleagues.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, I have a question. Might go to Mr. Jackson. For the last 2 months, our budget versus actual in return has been less than the budget. So we're actually behind what our estimate was. Is there any issues impacting why there is less income from the interest than the budgeted amount? Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't answer that one. As Ms Davies?
Ms Davies?
I think, Mr Mayor, and I would seek to get clarification from staff. My expectation is that it's purely as a result of the fluctuating, market and the forces that are in play. Obviously, each time we make an investment, we are seeking to invest at the best possible rate, but those do change daily. So, at any one time, that budget is looking at anticipation of what will occur with those investments. We do, have a particular investment strategy that we follow, and well-qualified advisors that support us on these matters to try and get the best outcome for council.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or comments? If not, Councillor Bain, you don't wish to speak and reply. I'll put the motion that we receive and note the report. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Declare it carried. We now come to 11.1, reports from councillors. The first one is a notice of motion, statement of management intent for Crown Land Reserves. It's been submitted by Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Wyatt, do you wish to move it? Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Riddington, thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Thanks. Our last meeting was quite long, and I started to have some discussion on this at our last meeting. but I just want to reiterate the intention of this notice of motion is to acknowledge that the Crown Land Plan and Management was intended to be a high-level overview of the purpose and management of the 67 reserves rather than a detailed plan about the ongoing maintenance and management of each reserve. And that I'm therefore asking that we have a statement of management intent for some of those reserves, not all of them, to better guide the future use and to protect natural and cultural values. And then we set in motion a process for council to commit to preparing those plans in the DP and OP. So I'm not looking at saying that I want council to prepare a list and I want you to prepare it. That's not what I'm saying at all. So I can't see a cost to this in the immediate term. The cost process will be worked through like every other activity that gets onto the DP and OP. If there is the money, the resources and the willingness, it will get on that plan. That's how I envisage these plans being developed. What I'm asking for at this point is just a list of those reserves in priority order of the management intent. First up, I want to thank Mary Lou and Spadco for speaking yesterday and for also their work in advocating for the Stewarts Point community and in particular their care for the environment. She talked about doing work in the Grassy Head Dunes. They're doing volunteer work in the dunes to the north of Stewarts Point and the Crown Land to remove weeds of national significance and to protect sensitive areas that would otherwise be a requirement of council. She mentioned that they're doing work in 2 endangered ecological communities, Thermota grassland and littoral rainforest. And she sort of mentioned that she's just starting out, or Spadco rather, are just starting out on their dune care journey to protect public lands. Like dune care is part of land care, which we all know is a big national movement about land care. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to give a shout out to all the other volunteers working in Crown Land Reserves doing work that council would otherwise perhaps be legally required to do, which is remove significance and noxious weeds. So I want to give a shout out to Southwest Rocks, Hat Head, Big Nobby and Goolawwan Dune Care for all of their work, and in particular Southwest Rocks Dune Care, who have brought in millions of dollars, and I'm not joking, millions of dollars out at Southwest Rocks and a lot of staff and employments out there, and they are a nationally award-winning land care group, and they're doing work for both council, state government and national parks on a volunteer basis. In their submissions, and back in the day, it was like calculated that a volunteer is worth $35 an hour, and they've got 20,000 hours. That's just one group. So do the math on that. That's a lot of free work that's being done on lands managed by council. So my intention of the statement of management intent is a really short document. It's not a plan of management. I was deliberate in saying a statement of management intent is to provide management objectives and outcomes for those bushland reserves. Like our built assets, we have an asset maintenance system and cyclic maintenance plans that addresses maintenance, enhancement, renewal and protection. And I'm looking for something similar for bushlands. A really big concern for those that live within bushland areas is fire management. Fire management from an asset protection point of view and life and property protection. And also fire management requirements for those vegetation species. So at the very minimum, those reserves in their management intent should have, these are the weeds that we want removed, these are the values that we want protection, and this is how we're going to prevent fire from leaving our reserves and burning into your property. That's a minimum requirement. I sort of listed there some of the things that I think should be in a statement of management intent. That's not an original list. I got that from an amalgamation of a few others. I see these statement of management intents being nothing more than, you can even do it on an Excel spreadsheet, 10 Excel spreadsheet, 10 lines perhaps, or even maybe 4 or 5 pages. I want to acknowledge that the GM has said there about it would take a considerable time to prepare a priority list. He says that in his comments there, to undertake this review of 67 parcels and to determine a priority list will take considerable amount of staff time. I just did a really quick look there. There's only about 22 that have bushlands on them. So maybe I'm not looking at the whole 67 because some of those are some of them are grass. So yeah, again, I just reiterate that volunteers are doing a lot of work looking after these reserves. And I'm just asking that we provide a statement of management intent for these. And in fact, some volunteers have already got management plans done. So you might only be looking at 15 that we're doing. Thank you. And I have a question.
Right. Well, I have a question for you too. In this one, before you ask your question, Are the words right? You want to require a statement of management intent. By when? Have you got a timetable for that? 2028, 2045? I think you need a date.
Oh, right. Okay. I would be looking at maybe a list within sort of 6 to 12 months, 6 months, a list, maybe 6 months, a list. And then once you have that list, then you can start to add it to a development. What is it? A DP and OP plan. Yeah, maybe 2028.
So May 28.
And that may be at the end of the next
May
term of
25.
for a list, May 2025.
Yep.
A list. I don't know. Just off
So do you
the top of
want
my
to?
head.
You're happy to add that in? Well, I just wanted to make sure that the intent of what should happen here. We're giving a direction to staff. We need to make a clear direction. And a date is normally there if we ask them to do something.
Well, I'd actually say probably January. So list. So that's 6 months. So I'd say a list by January, so that if there's any there that could be added to the DP and OP in April.
We don't meet in January. We don't meet in January.
February.
So by the February meeting, a report on this list. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it has to come back to council. You can just prepare a list.
Well, we need to know. It has to be brought to councillors. It has to come to council.
Does it?
Yeah, if you're asking for a list, you want to see it, and it's out in the public domain that you've asked for this. So it should be that the public should see it as well.
Okay.
So you're happy to put it as a report to
February
every council?
Yep. So yeah, just let me rephrase this. My intent is for the team in council to look at those 67 reserves and come up and use their professional staff and to come up with a list of those reserves that should have a secondary form of management, which is a statement of management intent. I personally don't think it needs to come back to council, but if you think it should, I'm happy to go there.
Okay.
And I think that once you have a list, then council through its standard management practices and processes can look at that list and add it to the DP, OP as resources and staff and priorities become available.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. You've answered my question. And that's now up on the.
And I have a question.
Are you happy with that wording?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now you have a question.
Yeah, I do have a question. So we had a briefing the other night with the GIS team and the environmental team. Is it Megan? She mentioned, and I didn't question her about it. She mentioned there that she was already looking at managing these bushland reserves. Can you are you able to expand on that? And can you provide an outline of how Kempsey Shire Council is managing those bushland reserves that is owned both by council and where council is a Crown Land Manager? Are you doing this already? That's what yeah.
Mr. Jackson.
I think for fairness, we'll need to bring back a briefing on the full project. There is work being done on preparing some elements in some areas for some purposes, yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I had expected to read a comment back from the GM along those lines that council was already doing work, because I'm sure that's what I heard her say the other day. So I'll just send you a question if you can answer that question. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Patterson has his light on. Anyone else after Councillor Patterson? No, Councillor Patterson, please.
I have a number of questions and amendment. Thank you. Just stating, reading the General Manager's comments, these are statutory requirements by all Crown Land Managers. As a Crown Land Manager, Council is required to have a plan of management. Council plan of management has been reviewed by and meets the requirements of Crown Lands. So we do have a plan of management already, and it's states in here about the costs and the time for council staff to bring up this these reports. Is there any estimate on that value in the fact that we're in a deficit budget? We're looking to add on something. We're looking to take staff out of existing requirements that we've already set a budget for. Is there an estimate on the cost of this at all?
Mr. Jackson?
My first question. We don't have a firm estimate regarding the cost of this.
So my amendment is that this be moved to an option when adopting the 25-26 DP and OP, and that will be in place of removing number 2, and it will become number 3. That's my amendment. I move.
Right, there's an amendment. If we get it up on the screen, I'll then ask for a seconder.
So we're already doing this. We already have budgetary requirements. We understand, well, I myself understand Councillor Wyatt, a push for this, but we need to be responsible with our requirements to our public, to our ratepayers of our budgetary requirements. Put this in the 25-26 DP and OP as for adoption if necessary by then. So we can work with this. This doesn't get rid of it. This brings it up as has been mentioned. Should you wish to proceed with this additional requirement, it is recommended that this be considered when adopting the 25-26 DP and OP. So with those comments, that's what I move as an amendment.
And very good of you got across that. And I'll be looking for a seconder. Councillor Saul would happy to second that, even though you haven't seen it yet.
The councillor said.
No, my intent is not to.
Oh, it's now up on the
to-
screen. Thank you.
My intent is not to get rid of this. I do understand Councillor Wyatt. My intent is to put it in due process, showing that us as councillors are responsible with our budgetary requirements and our work requirements of our staff. By that time, we also could have more information back from council, back from possibly the general manager or the directors of those requirements that are needed, and possibly from Councillor White even a list of those smaller list of those reserves that she's really what she's pointing to in her notice of motion.
Thank you. Councillor White, do you accept that as an amendment?
I just want to ask a question. So are you saying that you want the list to be added to the DP and OP? No, you're wanting the whole,
So by the time this comes up to be adopted in the DP and OP, you could attach a list to it that says these are the main requirements that you would like to look at.
and so are you suggesting that the DP and OP that comes up in April next year starts to tick off doing those statement of management intent?
Well, that's for the new council. The DP and OP could be, that's when it should be adopted, not now.
Councillor White, still
I think it's the same. I think it's actually the same thing because
No, it's not.
because I didn't commit to putting the statement of management intent into a DP and OP. But okay, then explain why it's not the same. So consider preparing a list of reserves that require a statement of management intent to better guide the future. Yep.
Yeah.
During the development of the next DP and OP. So you're asking that the list be an action in
Yes,
the next DP and OP.
It's 60, it's 67, is that right? The number, the total? Yeah,
but
that's
that won't be in the
67
list.
parcels of land, and determine it by priority, which could be done during the development of the adoption of the DP and OP for the 25-26, not now.
Look, I just wanted someone to sit down with a list and here's an Excel spreadsheet. Here's 22 reserves. Here's number 1. Here's number 22. I don't know how long it would take. We don't have Megan here to ask that. I wasn't committing to any funding. I wasn't committing to any DP and OP. I was saying that let's just say Grassy Head Reserve comes up at number 1 in that a statement of management intent is to be prepared, then we may add that to a DP and OP in 27-28. Or all of the Crown land at Southwest Rocks, that may come up as number 1. And guess what? They already have plans of management that were done by volunteers. That's all I'm saying, is that a list of all of those reserves that should have a statement of management intent, and as I said, one of the big big factors of that is if you live next door to one of those, don't you want to know that there's an asset protection zone? Don't you want to know that there's some fire management in there so it's not going to come screaming out of that place and into your reserve? Don't you want to know that we've got some management actions in there to reduce vegetation or to reduce the hazard? That's all I'm asking for, is a list
So
of those
you're asking
reserves.
that, Councillor White, I'm asking you, will you accept
no.
this amendment, or you want to stick with
I
your
want to
original
stick
one?
with mine, please. I'd like to stick with the first one, please.
You'll stick with the first one, right? You don't accept it? So we're now discussing the amendment put forward by Councillor Patterson. We had Councillor Bain and then Councillor
Hang on,
Riddington to speak.
Sorry, I'm confused. I don't accept that.
That's right. So we're now, when we have to vote on this before we
right,
go
okay.
back. If this is defeated, we go back to your original motion. Councillor Bain, please.
Martin Boo, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to speak against the amendment. I think the including it in the delivery DP and OP for 25-26 is kind of presupposing the community strategic plan, which has not yet been developed. The community strategic plan will provide the basis of the DPOP for 25-26, and suggesting that Councillor White develops the list is kind of operational, I believe. So, maybe, not appropriate either. So I think, I think obviously number 2 is the same. I support the original motion, not this amendment, because I think it preempts the community strategic plan and the 25-26 operational plan. Thank you.
Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bain. You took the words right out of my mouth. When I'm watching this, I'm thinking, okay, Councillor Wyatt, to me, is asking for a list. I don't even think that council needs to consider it. I think the council needs to prepare it, a priority list of reserves that will require whatever in the future. And then we go back to the first one, and then we see what priorities are available to put in the planning documents for 25-26 or 27-28, whichever the council decides. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor.
So can I have a comment on?
Councillor Patterson, but Councillor Patterson, you can't speak again because
Okay.
you've moved the amendment. Do you have questions?
Yeah. So if my question is this statement correct?
Which statement, please?
To undertake a review of 67 parcels of land, determine a priority list will take considerable staff time. Council has already adopted a 24-25 DP and OP, which has allocated the priority areas for the organisation and the staff resources available to it. Is that statement correct? And if it is,
Well, excuse me, this is a statement by the General Manager.
yeah,
Of course it's correct.
Okay.
Okay, he would not misinform us.
So that's what, in answer to Councillor Riddington, is that
Your question.
my amendment was for consideration in the 25-26 DP and OP. It wasn't making mind up. It wasn't. That was. I haven't seen the wording up there yet.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Ruva, you got to have a question. You've already spoken. Thank you very much. I think you've got to follow through on the procedures. No lights are on, so I'll speak in favour of the original and against the amendment. What it does is require council to prepare a statement of management intent. No more than that. It's not coming up with a prioritised list, but it's their intent. And if that intent comes out in February next year, then the council then can have input into what will go into the consideration of the DPOP in April, to go out on public exhibition for a decision in June on what the new operating plan will look like. So to me, this amendment by Councillor Patterson, well intentioned, is just not going to give the information to the future council on what should happen next in the DPOP. This is not going to take a great cost to just come up with a statement of management intent. So
it's Mr. Mayor, the words aren't how the amendment's not how I stated it.
Yep. Yep. I'm getting more advice, Councillor Patterson.
Okay.
Well, you had another question, sir?
No, just saying that the wording there is not not the wording.
Oh, in your amendment?
Yeah, that's
Cool.
not.
Well, I'm open to you to amend it before we put it to the vote. What would you like to change?
I'm just reading too that the notes that some reserves may have volunteer organisations working to protect cultural values, and therefore council work in partnerships with those volunteer organisations, prepare and approve those plans and statements. Number 3, that this be up. But this, where is it? Not moved to be. Geez, I just lost my train of thought. 1 sec. That this be up for. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to organise this. So council has recommended that this be up for consideration when adopting the 25-26 DP and OP. That's number 3. Sorry.
You want a new number 3 there, Councillor Patterson?
Sorry, I can't see.
It's what one says.
I can't see the 20. I can't see the 25-26. Okay.
It's already there, Councillor
Yeah,
Patterson.
but sorry.
Yep.
I just didn't see that wording.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
So, yeah, just in that, addressing the budgetary requirements and addressing the general manager's comments, who is the leader of the organisation that gives us guidance for this type of thing, and that's why I brought this amendment forward, not to squash it, but to put it in a right procedure.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. You're speaking to it again. We're very clear on what you would like, and therefore there's no questions or lights on for questions about the amendment before us, and that's what we'll be voting on. And before I put the amendment, I've got to ask the original mover if she wishes to speak and close the debate on the amendment. Yes, the one in front of you.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
Yeah.
Code
Got
of
it.
meeting practice.
Got it. Yeah, I don't support this amendment. I believe that the original motion and the intention of my notice of motion is to provide a list. That's it, a list, using council's professional staff and the resources available to it, just like you would have to for maintaining all the assets. Just say this is a list of reserves that require a statement of management intent. And then it comes to council at some point. They say, this is number 1. We want this in the DP and OP. And we might find that number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on that list already have a plan, because the volunteers doing it for free at $35 an hour have already done it. And that's what I mean by the other point there about working in partnership with volunteers, because there is a whole lot of Crown land on the coast that already have management plans in place. And that's just a matter of council working with those people to make sure that they're all legal and correct. It's my intention is just for a list, and then to use normal council operational and strategic planning processes to get it in a DP and OP as funds, resources, and council's priorities allow. So I'm just asking for a list.
Thank you very much.
And sorry, one other thing. I've asked for a statement of management intent of up, 4, 5, 6 pages, as opposed to a full-blown plan of management, which could be 40 pages. So I've even gone less resources available. And I just do want to acknowledge that there are people out in our community that are doing council's work for free with protecting. There is a legal requirement. It says in the Crown Land Management Act, section 1.3 objectives is to require environmental, social, cultural, heritage and economic consideration to be taken into account about decision making on Crown land. So there's a requirement to look at those values. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. I'll now put the motion. The amendment, I should say, the amendment's up on the screen. If you're voting in favour, you do nothing. If you're dissenting, you put your hand up. If you're voting against the amendment, would you now show? I declare it 5-4 defeated. Thank you. We now go back to the original one. Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. The original motion is now on the screen. Is there any further debate on the original motion? Councillor Patterson, I think you've already spoken on this.
I've spoken on the amendment.
You spoke on the amendment as well. Okay. Well, actually, I apologise. You actually spoke originally and moved the amendment. That's
Yeah.
where my mistake was.
Yeah.
Councillor Patterson speaking on the motion on the screen now.
Okay, so I'm just making comment and speaking on this about a review of the 67 event council White says it's only a couple to determine a priority list. Who is that person to determine that? A priority list involves staff time, 67 parcels of land, a priority list. I really think that that as a responsible council, we need to have a value on this. So moving forward and talking about making money for pros and cons of just an EV charging station, we're talking about, you know, undertaking taking council staff off allocated priority areas and using staff resources. So I will be voting against this, and the outcome of this will just be putting more cost on council staff that have already been allocated. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Further speakers? Councillor Bain.
Madam Mr Mayor, I'd like to speak in favour of the resolution.
The motion.
Oh, sorry, the motion. My apologies. I think it's been overcomplicated. I think what counts, the intent there is preparing a prioritised list. Now, it might be we've got 67 parcels of Crown land, and it may be that there's 22 of them have bushland, and it may be that 5 of them already have volunteer groups working on them. Well, I would say, like, those would be your top 5, the ones where you've got volunteers working on. Now that's not going to take massive amounts of staff time to have a look at parcels of Crown land. I mean, there's some that are obviously not going to, to be relevant for preparing a statement of intent. When I was the CEO of a land council, and many parcels of Crown land came through as land claims, unused Crown land. Now, some of them were, we prioritised some of them as, whether we were going to accept them. Some of them were just. There's one particular that leaps to mind. If you go down the bridge to Bellbrook, there's the riverbank along there. That's a parcel of Crown land. All right, it's full of weeds and needs. We're great to give it some attention. As far as a prioritised for high environmental or cultural values, it doesn't work. So I might have looked at 20 or 30 of them. And spent a couple of hours going, oh no, that's not one, and then I would present it to the board and say, look, these are the ones that have got access to waterways, access to the river. This is where people can camp and fish and go back to traditional. We're not talking brain surgery. We're not talking rocket science. We're talking a fairly simple desktop survey and saying, no, there's setting up some priorities. I don't think it has to be overly complicated and overly arduous. I think it's fairly simple, and let's keep it simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A question, if I may, please.
Certainly.
Mr Mayor, again, a question to the staff, I imagine, if I may, please. With this suggested motion, or motion for us, will that restrict development on Crown land if this were to be placed in situations?
Mr. Jackson, please.
At this point in time, given that the motion is simply to prepare a prioritised list, there would be no restriction added by having a list. Obviously, the contents of the statement of management intent might change that. However, the Crown Land Plan of Management and the normal planning processes would apply overall. A statement of management intent, as noted, is not a mandatory thing to have, and is not mentioned in planning documents or legislation. So I don't think it's a planning document in terms of its impact on any future development or activity on those spaces.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speak?
Provide a guide. The objectives and the actions for those Crown lands. Yeah, as I said before, I'm just asking for a list. I think we've done we've done the discussion. Thank you, Councillor Bain, for putting it very succinctly, and I really hope that we support this.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'll now put the motion on the screen. Is there any dissent? For dissent, I declare it carried. Thank you. Mr. Thorogood, did you get that? That's it. Thank you. 5-4. We now move to 11.2, notice of motion, a revenue task force. It's a motion recommendation put together by Councillor Bain. Councillor Bain, do you wish to move it?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson, thank you. Councillor Bain.
Martingbu, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is asking for a report to the October 2024 meeting of Council to set out a framework, a terms of reference for a revenue and review task force. And it comes around because we have met a series of financial challenges. Right, there have been challenges in natural disasters, possibly driven by climate change, and we've had to respond to those. We've got a massive load of work to be done, and we applied for a special rate variation, which was partially approved, so we have got some serious work to do. I believe that we can look at alternatives to only increasing efficiencies and reviewing and cutting services, although that is part of this, that this committee or task force would also be set up to review those, make some of those hard decisions in reviewing, but also looking at new revenue. A task force is, by terminology, about 6 months to bring back a report to council and some recommendations to potentially brainstorm some ideas. We have got both structural and cyclic deficit. Cyclic deficit can be managed because we have cycles that when there are cycles of deficit and surplus. Unfortunately, our surplus cycles have not been our surpluses have not been used to manage deficit that we knew was coming. We were told earlier on as council that these things come around every 10 years. So there was awareness that this was going to happen, that we would be in this deficit cycle. And for some reason, here we find ourselves in a structural deficit, which is going to require hard decisions. I was asked to speak on a panel a few weeks ago on a Greens Councillors Forum on Financial Sustainability. There were 3 councils represented. One council applied, made a decision to apply for a special rate variation, and the community backlash was so ferocious that they backtracked and changed their mind, leaving them financially unsustainable and politically extremely unpopular. So there was a councillor from that council speaking. I spoke on a council that did apply for a special rate variation, and I believe we have a modest first step in this financial year, and then we'll have a new council to make a decision. The third council, some years ago, set up a revenue task force, and they came up with some solutions where they don't need to put in rate rises. They don't need to, and they are financially sustainable. So I thought, I've also received feedback from community that setting up, investigating alternative sources of revenue might be a good idea. So this report to come back to the October meeting of council will provide a vehicle for the new council, whoever they may be, to move forward. It will provide them an opportunity to accept or reject the idea of a task force, but it will mean they don't have to wait around for another 2, 3, 4, 5 months before they can work out what they're doing and get it underway. This will be ready to go. When I came onto council, I had great visions of being able to make some change and found out that really we can't do very much. So this notice of motion, if successful, will set up a vehicle chaired by the general manager and the mayor together with elected councillors. I've had feedback that potentially community input could be welcomed, but that might be a little bit step too far just at the moment. Let's get one step at a time, get a revenue/review task force in place for the new council to make further decisions. I would encourage my colleagues to support this because we can look at different ways of creating money and take pressure off the ratepayers. Marangu, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Bain. A quick question, if I may. It's a revenue task force. What about what component would be expenditure in that? Because you're not examining how savings could be made in expenditure.
The revenue review, so this is asking to set out a framework and a terms of reference. Okay, it's asking to set that, so that would be decided by council staff of how that's going to operate, but it might be a brainstorming of different revenue ideas, and then that could lead to setting up a business case saying, oh, that's a really good idea, this one will get traction in our shire. Things that work in other shires don't necessarily work with us, but it sets up a mechanism that we can start exploring alternate ways of creating income. Does that answer your question, Mr. Mayor?
It does. Thank you very much. Speakers, I've got Councillor Butterfield and then Councillor Ring. Thank you. And then Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Councillor Patterson.
Right, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just Arthur, did the third council, did they actually share any ideas with you at all with their revenue task force?
Yes, Councillor Bain, you may answer a question from another councillor. You also may not.
Yeah, no. I would be very hesitant to preempt what such a task force might suggest, but the and this may well not work in our shire. So I'm just hesitant because I don't want people to jump on it, go, oh, and tear to pieces this idea. What Blue Mountains Shire Council did, and you can look back through their minutes, they set up a system of paid parking for non-residents. So residents can apply for permits and get free parking, but tourists pay. And they have huge tourism industry. There are a series of small villages. So it's a very different setup to us, but that they are currently earning an approximation of $5 million a year is coming into the council through their paid parking, which was obviously they would have had to take loans out to set it up. It's a smart parking system. Yeah, that's what worked for them. May not work for us, but I don't want to promote any specific idea, or I don't want to knock on the head any particular idea. EV charging was another discussion that we've had earlier today. Maybe a possibility. Who knows? Let's suck it and see.
Councillor Butterfield, that answer your question?
No, it's all good. Thank you, Java. Councillor Bain.
Thank you. Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What kind of appointments would be made to this task force in terms of like representation?
Councillor Bain, you have another question? Again, you don't have to answer it if it's
no, I think what this is asking is for a framework to be set out. Now, if we look at the Blue Mountains framework, that was the mayor and the general manager were co-chaired the committee, and it was made up of elected councillors from, they've got like different wards, so they had representation from the different wards. They did not have community input in theirs. It was all elected councillors and the executive leadership team. So senior staff and elected councillors. It could be expanded to include community. That's up to that might be in the report that comes back. It may not, and that will be up to the future council to decide.
Oh, thank you. This one might be directed towards staff. What kind of commitments have been made already out of the SRV to achieve a similar outcome of this task force?
Mr. Jackson, please.
Yeah, so currently we have the financial sustainability, which was in the long-term financial plan document. So there were 46 items that are being considered and actively pursued through council staff and reporting back to a PCG internally monthly on all those activities and what they're producing.
My last question is, we're obviously at the whim of a lot of legislation in terms of revenue. Can you see any issues in terms of limitations on this task force for the council or for what the task force wants to achieve?
Mr. Jackson, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, look, obviously whatever's proposed has to be legal. And that's really where we're at. So, you know, like a parking scheme or other schemes, you know, there are legislation and legislative frameworks that will allow those. So I guess, you know, we have the ability to modify fees and charges. For parking schemes, that would be a fee and charge. Obviously the scheme would cost money and the monitoring and the systems, etc., just as any other revenue idea. So yeah, there's really no limit as long as, you know, we'd be seeking to prove cost benefit against every item and make sure that it provides a positive return for the community.
Thank you. Councillor White and then Councillor Patterson, followed by Councillor Whittington. Thank you, Councillor White.
So my initial thoughts on reading this when it was sent around was my mind went straight through to the financial sustainability plan in the long-term financial documents. But then sort of having to listen to the speaker yesterday and to Councillor Bain now, I support the idea and support the notice of motion, but I would like to ask a question to Acting General Manager and then maybe consider an amendment. Is the financial sustainability plan has about 4 items that are around about the finances. There's the service review at number 4, the staffing costs at number 8, there's fees and charges at number 5, and best practice and cost savings at number 15. To cement this, I would like to see this added to the financial sustainability plan as well, so that it is locked in over time. So supporting the idea of the task force to report back, but I'd also like to see an amendment to the long-term financial plan, sustainability plan part of that to add investigating revenue in that. What are your thoughts?
So this is a question to Mr. Jackson.
Oh, yeah. What are your thoughts to Mr. Jackson, and what are your thoughts to Councillor Bain?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe there are the actions to look at the sustainability of council's revenue are covered in the plan at the moment, and obviously for sustainability it infers on ongoing review. You could add, I guess, this document, the long-term financial plan, was adopted as the suite of IPNR documents. So you know, there's a process to go about modifying that document if we're going to adopt it. I'd suggest it could go into next year's document, given that this is already making it happen. And so, yes, we could certainly look at it amending, but I'd suggest probably in next year's document, given that this would set it up anyway, and it's pretty much covered in the financial sustainability plan already.
All right. What are your thoughts?
Councillor Bain, would you like to answer the question from?
I would, thank you. I think the financial sustainability plan has a great deal about improving efficiencies and reviewing costs, but it has very little about exploring new revenue streams. I understand that, you know, it could be positive to put that in, but I think that I agree with Director Jackson that it would be appropriate once a report comes back, which would be October, November, December, January, February, March or April, that then it would feed into the new operational plan. So onto the new financial sustainability plan, particularly if, you know, this task force group can come up with some really good ideas. I think it's worth having a try. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson, please.
Yeah, quite a few questions, quite a few bits of information. After being through so many budget reviews, council having so many parts of the organisation that deal with financial issues, like our commercial officer that manages caravan parks and any council commercial revenue. I just wonder with this I just wonder what Councillor Bain thinks that council staff are doing in the financial sector here. I mean, this is what council does. We're here as councillors to give council, for example, notices of motion, for example, attending workshops, talking about sustainability, long-term financial plan, development of the DP and OP, the IPNR. We have so many different parts to our structure that council is already doing this, and I feel myself that asking for this is just a little bit of a slap in the face of the organisation that are already doing this. And if anyone's sitting around here with any ideas that could help council's financial sustainability and thinks they have to wait for a task force to bring that up to council, whether they've heard of it from someone in the public, whether they've been attending this online meetings with this guy that's from, I've noticed the, what's the guy that Christian, like noticing that. I haven't seen any reports come from that meeting yet, but just noticing all those things, thinking that we need another level of council to deliver that. That is, to me, I can't understand it completely. And then that also, this comment that Councillor Bain's making is saying that council aren't doing enough to manage their financial sustainability. This is my view. It's my view. This is not.
But Councillor Patterson, I don't think he actually said that. He's looking for extra.
That's the intention. That's what I feel is the intention.
Okay, well, I think you need to be corrected. He did not say that. Okay.
Oh, well, I think so. And to me, what that does to the community is say to the community, well, we're not quite sure what we're doing, but we're going to put a task force on it. I mean, I really don't support this at all. And I think that my fellow councillors to support this is really not showing due course or respect to the organisation, or the recognising the ability for you as councillors to bring up any item to council, to bring up anything. You don't need a task force to do it. So I will not be supporting this. Another level of.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you. With the greatest of respect, Councillor Patterson, I really don't think the intention of this is to disparage staff or denigrate staff of the great work that they do. I'm supporting this motion because I think it's also about community recognition of the feedback that's gone on in the past year. And who knows, if other councils have done it and it's been successful, why can't we give it a crack? It's not against staff. I would never, ever disparage staff. It's about getting innovation, ideas, new thinking about revenue raising. The council's staff have got enough to do. This is about helping. This is about looking at opportunity. I don't see it as a bad thing, with the greatest of respect.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Any further speakers? Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Saw.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly hear Councillor Patterson's views on this one, but I'm very reluctant to set up more committees and things. But looking at it from a positive spin, I think back to the energy and the positivity that came out of the young school leaders' presentations and their new ideas. I also thought that we as councillors would probably do more focused workshops and things post the November meeting at the cinema, just to try and brainstorm and get together. So if this is an avenue that we can do that, I think I'd like to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Saw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I've been in two minds about this motion. In saying that, I'm concerned that we may open a can of worms. The point by that is, once you establish this committee and it's open to the public, the pressure will be on from certain members of the public, if they are appointed, to push certain agendas, and that concerns me greatly. Mr. Mayor, I have the greatest respect for our staff. I do think they're doing a major job trying to find revenue, trying to cut costs and grow the organisation. My concern is that this could be misused and pressure applied on council to point. So I'm very concerned about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, a little bit two minds this one myself. Councillor Ferguson talking about task force. I'm again a little bit reluctant setting up more committees, more such and such that. But one thing I will say, and I do assume that the council is doing everything they can behind the scenes, whether it be to cut costs and everything else, and I assume they'd still be looking at some sort of avenues for revenue. This may be a way to come up with some new ideas. Do you, as mayor, because I think he's talking about the general manager and mayor again, are you happy to sit on another task force, another council thing to come along with ideas?
If it's going to help fund and make council more financially sustainable, I'll go on any committee, anywhere, anytime, even at midnight.
Yeah, and if you're sorry, this is probably not for you to say. Are you aware of the GM's intentions if this was to go through?
No, because we don't know what his intention
well,
is.
that's why I asked. I thought you may have spoken about it. And also, Director Jackson. Do you think also with this task force, do you think it's a hindrance or an advantage of going forward, or is it something the council's already doing? And where do you see that sort of fitting in?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, there are some overlaps into the items in the financial sustainability program, but fundamentally, this is certainly not viewed as a negative thing. Bringing more ideas to the table is welcome. So yeah, essentially, we're happy to be involved in setting this up.
Guys, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. I'll speak in favour of the motion before us. It's not a decision, and I think some people might have misconstrued this. This is not setting up a revenue task force. It's not. It's saying, council, tell us if this will work or not. And if the council staff, including the general manager and the senior management team, say, yeah, we do need input from a whole lot of people to try and improve our revenue stream, and then it will be created upon the report that comes to the October 24 meeting. It's not setting up one yet. It's asking the general manager and his senior leadership team, is this an idea that would help? So I'm supporting it. And of course, we shouldn't, kind of a bit of negative view on committees. And this is not a committee, it's a task force, so it's looking at all ideas. The real bottom thing with this is when you sit in your room and come up with ideas by yourself, great, write them out. But other people might look at the ideas and say, well, you forgot this, or how about you do this instead? A committee or a task force will have ideas bounced around and you never know what might come out of it. So the task force idea is good on the concept, but we need the report from the senior staff first, whether it will work. And if they think it's going to improve our revenue, they will recommend that we set one up. So at the moment, we're not setting one up. We're asking the senior staff what they think of it. So I think we should all support this to get that report back in October. Any further speakers? If not, I'll ask Councillor Bain if you wish to close.
Mr. Mayor, I have discussed for Councillor Butterfield. I have discussed this with the GM. I sent it out, as is my pattern. I send it out to all councillors who want to receive emails from me. There was a response from the GM, which probably wasn't overly positive. So we had a chat about it. We had a meeting, and we reached a point where, hang on, this could be quite interesting. And we kicked around a few ideas. There's many ideas out there. I agree with the Mayor. When you get a group that is focused on a particular topic, it creates a synergy. It's not just like someone's latest idea. In terms of understanding, so for Councillor Patterson, my understanding of the finances and what the finance team does is actually has been greatly enhanced since November, when I said I would do a deep dive into finances. I was working with Director Mitchell. I've done the the Local Government New South Wales training. I've got stuck in to understand. I understand the management of the holiday parks and the creation of income through Crown land. What I'm talking about, and the potential of what the Revenue Task Force may be on about, is about money in the general fund, not money that has to be spent on Crown lands. I understand the financial team have done amazing work in developing an asset management program, the financial sustainability plan. There's been huge steps forward in IT. Workplace health and safety. We're managing huge assets with the airport and the sales yards and the Slim Dusty Centre. So I do understand what the finance team doing. I don't assume that they're sitting around playing with their thumbs. I know that they're doing some really hard work, and I know that the financial sustainability plan is focused on reducing costs and increasing efficiencies. There is nowhere explicitly in that plan that says, let's look at revenue. Now, I understand that it is happening, but it's not stated in the plan. If I'd been aware of that, maybe I wouldn't have brought this up. But I think a group that has got that level of focus will be really, really powerful. To assuage Councillor Saul's concerns, I said right at the beginning, I had considered community participation, but I thought it might be a step too far for this council. It may be something that the new council welcomes, but I'm not suggesting that the makeup of this include community at this point. However, what we're asking for is a framework, just a framework that will come back to another council. I think it's a fairly modest, maybe innovative idea. That's not coming from me. It's coming from me listening to other people and being engaged with other people. So I would, encourage and ask my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll be now putting the motion on the Revenue Task Force to Council. Is there any dissent? There are 2 dissenters. Thank you. I declare it carried. We now move on to 11.3, a delegate's report on the road congress by the Institute of Public Works Engineering Australasia. The short name for that is IPWEA. And I went down on behalf of council to that meeting on the 3rd of June, and it was held in Parliament House, and managed to sit and have lunch as an aside with the councillors and mayor and the general manager from Cobar. And I found out at that point they had organised a Western Mayors Conference on the same day as a country mayors meeting here in Kempsey, which is regretful. But the most important thing I got out was what the speakers spoke about during the day. And I'm sure you have read this, because that's what we do when we get a report. And if you have questions, I'm quite happy to have a go at answering them. But the most telling one came from Joshua Devitt from IPWEA, and he outlined the use of artificial intelligence, which goes back to what we were talking about earlier, in asset management. He outlined how the use of artificial intelligence on street sweeper trucks, and this is a trial in Sydney, and in some regional areas, the vehicles on these, it's quite interesting. The vehicles are out sweeping the streets, and they're equipped with cameras that are reporting live back to a base computer at the council, and they are reporting in real time on conditions of roads and assessing whether there needs to be something done straight away, next week, in a month's time, on that particular road or that piece of footpath or that bit of guttering. So it's quite clever artificial intelligence, and it's efficient, because as soon as you deal with an issue that's raising itself, a problem with any of those aspects, council staff can prioritise when they go to that area. And it was quite intriguing that they put up a map of one of these councils, and it showed all the issues around the whole shire, and it had different coloured lights on it, and you could see that that would be a real advantage. So that's one of the things that we have to do. Part of our financial sustainability, I'd suggest, is coming up with smarter ways to do the jobs we're already doing, therefore being more efficient. And by doing it quickly enough, you cut out the more expensive fix later on down the track. On the second page of this report, on page 37, there's a deliberate mistake, but no one seems to have picked it up. The word 6 on the end of about the sixth line should be in seeks, not six. And it just goes to show that I was using a AI speech to come up with this report. And the I put 6 instead of seeks. At the end, there's 2 attachments: the communique that tells us exactly what the decisions were, and I was able to get input into that communique, and it's actually part of the IPWEA report that what we need to do with roads is quite intense, and it's got things that the state government should do, things that the state government and the federal government should do, and there's things that the federal government should do in relation to roads. So it's very specific in all those areas, and it's in the communique. And finally, the questions on notice is there as well, and that is specifically for council staff to look at and think, yep, we can answer these questions, or no, they are too hard, and come up with ways of improving the efficiency of maintenance of our road network. So I'll leave that at that point. I have been speaking to my own motion, but I haven't got a seconder yet, Mr. Thorogood. I've jumped in. I have moved it. Would someone like to second what I've just been speaking to? Councillor Bain, thank you. I'm out of order. Thank you. I take the reprimand. So, are there any questions, comments? If not, I'll close debate and we receive and note the report. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Back carried. And then I have a delegate's report on the Best Country Mayors Association conference ever held in Kempsey. And we had a number of councillors attend. I don't know if... Sorry?
A seconder.
I don't have a seconder, you're right. So I can't speak to it. I was just giving the preliminary, Mr. Thorogood. So I will move it. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Simon Ferguson, thank you. Councillor Bain's wearing out his hand, so I'll give Councillor Ferguson a go. Thank you. So this conference was held at the Slim Dusty Centre, and the report is in the 17-page conference report. I'm sure you have had a look at it. 17 pages. Half of it is reports and the other half are photographs of all sorts of things. The highlight in that report is of Joe Kelly speaking to the conference dinner at the RSL Club. I said, well, 10 minutes, you'll be able to wrap it up. She spoke for probably 40 minutes straight and no one left and everyone had questions for her. She was very entertaining and informative about learning the Macleay. And I presume if you haven't met her, you should meet her because she's a great person in our community. And finally, I wrote this and I'll read it out because it's really important. As Mayor, I was extremely impressed by the professional work of many Kempsey Council staff. The success of this conference was mostly due to this incredible work of planning and preparation. Each staff member involved deserves the highest praise and thanks from all councillors, the General Manager and myself. That's my report. Anyone wish to speak? If not, I'll put the motion. Any dissent? No dissent. Declare it carried. We'll now need a motion in a moment to move into confidential, but before we do, I'd just like to advise all councillors that you have to start making a decision by the 5th of August on whether you're nominating to be in the next council and whether you're standing. If you make the decision not to stand, the next council meeting is on the 20th of August. If you're not standing, I'd invite you to prepare a valedictory speech that you can farewell your role here. And if you come up with any suggestions for improvement or something you would like to share from your experience as a councillor, you can start preparing that if you decide not to stand. So I invite you to do that. And that will be the August 20th council meeting, which will be the last meeting of this council that are sitting around the tables at this moment. Thank you all. And I thank our public forum speaker and public gallery person as we move a motion to go into confidential. So do we have a mover? Councillor Saul. Seconder. Councillor Ferguson. Any dissent? No dissent. Carried. We will now go into confidential and the stream will stop, I presume, Mr. Thorogood. They have to be read out now. The three confidential. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We've come out of confidential, and I'll now ask Mr. Thorogood to read out the decisions taken within the confidential session of council.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, in relation to legal matters, council resolved that council receives and notes the report. In relation to 12.2 confidential mayoral minute, General Manager's annual performance review, council resolved that the deliberations of the performance review panel be noted, endorsed, and where relevant be referred to the incoming council, and that the statutory increase of 0.5% being the federal government superannuation guarantee charge be noted, and council approved the corresponding increase in the General Manager's total remuneration package. In relation to a supplemental mayoral minute relating to the General Manager's performance review, council resolved that council note the local government award increases for 2023 and 2024 of 8% plus a $1,000 one-off payment, and the 3.75% increase awarded by the Australian Fair Work Commission, the minimum wage increase, and the local government remuneration tribunal mayors and councillors, and approve an increase of 3.75% to the General Manager's total remuneration package effective from his contract anniversary date 1 September 2024, due to the careful consideration of the GM Performance Review Committee's assessment and that Mr. Milburn's performance was well above average, and 2, refer matters relating to councillors' workshops and timing for future performance reviews to the incoming council for determination.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. As there is no further business, I wish everyone well, and I thank all councillors and staff for being here for such a long time and getting through such a interesting agenda. I thank all of you, and I close the meeting.